go get my microphone. Hi, I went and got my microphone. I am Chris from Airwindows, and we're doing another live stream. And there were a number of things I wanted to do, but I think I'm going to pursue, at least at first, plugin development, except for the part where, at first, I'm going to pursue getting my wood stove going a little bit more. That's how you know we're here, right? I have to do basic physical tasks. I'm given to understand that back in the day, maybe even to this day, nerds who work at like Google and stuff get to live this life of complete disconnection from the world by having all manners of things kind of set up for them. You know, like there's a spa they can go to in little restaurants, and you never need to leave the Google compound. And you go back to your office and work on your coding, and then go off and do other things, and everything is just kind of there. And I don't live like that. No. Let's see if this catches fire. Very good. That counts as catching fire. So it's not that super cold, but I ought to be able to get this going fairly well. I'm kind of spying the busted stone plate I have back there. A number of these plates have kind of gone off, and I'm not really quite sure what does that, and I haven't had a lot of luck at being able to get the plates out. They're soapstone, and around them is just literal steel, such as you can also see some of the structure of the steel inside there. So it's not hurting anything, having the plates be all cracked and crumbling in on themselves. I still find it a little disconcerting. I don't think anything is going to happen as a result of the plate exposing the steel behind it to anything. Although I suppose if you made the fire hot enough, maybe the steel might buckle or something. However, it is at least more resilient to that sort of thing than if it was like a cast iron stove, which has more thermal mass, but is, I think, less resilient, and you want to worry about that cracking or whatever. Whether this steel, you could probably make it just glow and it would be fine. I'm not going to do that today, but you probably could. And I'm going to say that's ready to go. I spent this morning vacuuming the catalyst in there, so the stove should work better than it has been. More maintenance type of stuff. It's a little honeycomb metallic thing that air goes through. It heats up extremely, it probably glows red, honestly. And when you force the air through it, it burns up some of the smoke coming off of the fire, making it burn more cleanly, but also transferring more of the energy into heat that you can use. So catalysts and wood stoves are great. Thing is, you can get soot and ash in there, and if it's clogged up with soot and ash, it'll stop working properly. So I have to go in with a shop vac, probably about every week during the time that it's being actively used. And this little angular end thing that actually has a coarse plastic brush around it that was left by a chimney sweep. So technically it's theirs. I dropped them a line saying, do you want this back? And I didn't get a response, so now I'm using it. And if they want it back when they finally come and sweep my chimney again, I'll let them know. Then I'll have to find another one. But for now, the system is basically working. Really, what more can you ask? Here, small piece of kindling. And like, what am I thinking of doing? There's a number of things. Here, I'll move back to the main camera. So what am I thinking of doing? Well, there's a number of things. And I have two primary projects, one of which is very straightforward, like on the plugin side, and one of which is indeterminate, and I don't know exactly how that's going to go. And then I was also digging into the Godot thing that I was trying to make, but not the arrangement cards thing that I've been trying to do, but another one. I've been exploring. In fact, last time I streamed, I did nothing but play Counterpart. And I've been exploring the idea of setting up another version of that. So I've got Wave open. I also did my usual round of reverb algorithm generation this morning, which I've been doing on a very regular basis. Hasn't come up with anything amazing other than the 4x4 that could come out fairly soon, honestly. That was what I'm looking for, basically a weird fluke reverb algorithm generation that just happens to behave in certain ways. I don't have to know how to make it behave in that way. Hey, Chad. I have to be able to recognize it when it does. And fortunately, I can do this by measuring the output of the reverb algorithm for things like how compressible is the file and how much peak energy is generated relative to RMS, which is something that I found does a very good job of representing how distant the reverb feels. And that's been a big jump. I've been working on that one since like some time, really, quite a while. And the new plugin I'm designing, or that I did design and finish building and it's ready to come out, is a sort of a 90s style reverb, seeing as it's a unusually good 4x4 algorithm, but it's just a 4x4 algorithm. So I'm thinking that can do a sort of dub techno-y kind of thing, or a 90s kind of thing, or dubs, all manner of stuff, dubstep, drum and bass, all manner of stuff that originally came off of these vintage hardware studios with like your Mackie and your outboard synthesizers and stuff. And what people were doing back in the day typically did not go as sophisticated as what modern reverbs are able to do. And I'm still pursuing the K series of reverbs to push the limits for stuff that acts like realistic space. This isn't meant to. It's meant to have its little texture going on and to work as blend this sound with other sounds to get that kind of vibe. Path LPA, DK, hello, hello. Now, what are we up to today? Well, firstly, I'm reaching to the wrong place to try to deal with this. Firstly, I go over to Godot Stream. I have to be sure to glance at the fire periodically or it will go out. See, it's doing fine. Oh, there's something else that I've been doing as well. I've been working on the modular setup that's different from what it used to be. So the deal with that you're looking at, you're looking at it, if I get out of the way here. You're using this microphone, I can get out of the way. So what you're looking at is a rearrangement of the modular stuff. It feels like it takes up more space, and the primary reason for doing this was to have this top section be a modular thing that I could actually go out and gig with if I wanted to. Like, it does the same basic stuff, except for I need to have a mixing board to mix all the stuff together, as the Welcome to Free Luna album. It's got a lot of the same chord instruments, it's got the breakbeats and things in it. This stuff is the engine for the chord sequences and the evolving jams and things, stuff where instruments can be triggered by these running triggers, and then it can gradually evolve as randomness creeps in. So too can the chord sequence resolve, and that's something that I did in doing the Welcome to Free Luna album, was like capture a bunch of stuff where I would jam with it until I got a good sound happening and then record that and edit it together. Bottom thing, different. Bottom thing includes all my Dofer stuff at the very bottom, but it also includes all of the things that I would use a piezo drum trigger to drum in electronic sounds with the responsiveness of a physical hand drum. And so that's different. That one has these cables here that are all meant to plug into some modules that take a piezo trigger. And it's kind of located in such a way where I can get all that together. There are certain things that are more relevant with that than others. Here, let me come back. There's certain things more relevant with that than others. Oh, I never got to see Umbogu's message because it was redacted. You said something and then took it back. You don't get me to see it. Types of electronic drums I would be putting on regular pieces of music or jams or whatever it is I end up choosing to do are, I could conceivably come up with a good techno-style kick. There's a hat that I can use, but I'm less likely to go. In fact, I haven't even, the quote-unquote good hat goes in the top case for taking out and triggering using the sort of wheels of lights up there. Those are things called the Euclidean circles. And my whole deal with that is being able to make interesting and possibly evolving hi-hat patterns. And the way you do that is have multiple time systems, like 16th notes are coming off of the generator over there. And so I can have one of them, and I do have it set up so that one of them is 16th notes going into the Euclidean circles. And that means you can turn the knob until it plays every single note, or it'll play interspersed combinations of notes in various different rhythms. But then there's another one that goes off of other timing systems that are take a subdivision of the 16th notes And it could be any number of things. Like I can do a prime number subdivision of the 16th notes. So it'll be, 1 beat every 7 or 11 16th notes, or 4 if you want to be boring and stuff. And that also fires chord changes, and it fires a kick drum, and it connects to another timing-oriented Eurorack thingy, and that is a clock multiplier, meaning you can make like 8 in the space of whatever it was, or you can do weird, funny things like 7 notes in the space of whatever it was, and if it was a kick on 4s, you've got your 16th notes, but then you've also got 7 over 4, and that's a much faster rhythm. Or you can have closely related rhythms. And then there's a little switch module that lets you switch back and forth between outputs of these simultaneous things that are doing related time things. And so that can be off of the bright flashing red light triggers that the Turing machine, and you can get those in like Rack and whatever. You can get Turing machines in Rack. If you switch back and forth between these two time bases in a regular way, it makes a really interesting, not to say wonky, a little bit wonky, but just a weirdly unpredictable hi-hat line. And those are fun things to play with. Half the trouble is you can make it do such complicated things that it's incomprehensible. So it becomes a matter of like, well, if I'm designing this music system, what do I need to do to make it readable to a stray listener? Which is not dissimilar to if you're in like gaming or whatever, and you need your game to be legible to a player so that people can understand what's happening. Or like in doing enemy AI for things. Half the time you cannot simply write okay, here is the computer program that has the enemy, suppose it's a tank or something. The enemy tank, here's how it aims at the player and shoots and attacks them. Well, that's a simple way of approaching it, but it will typically produce a situation where the player immediately gets killed by the enemy AI. It's also similar to where you have AI that charges straight at you no matter what. And the problem is sometimes maybe the AI's job is to run around firing at things that aren't the player to create an atmosphere of dangerousness and look like something's happening, rather than program the game to actually go after and kill the player directly, because that can be entirely too easy. Instead, you're having it put on a charade. And similarly with the Eurorack stuff, I can have it set up to do extremely complicated and baffling things. And like reason out, like, okay, here's the kick drum is on every 5, but I'm also overlaying 17 in the space of 7 beats. And I can make the plugin, I can make the modules and things do all of that, but nobody will be able to figure it out. So it's partly going, what can I do that's neat and yet simplified enough that you can hear what it's doing? Now, to switch over to the plugin making side, which I'm looking at over here, I have 2 concepts today. And if I succeed in both of them, or maybe if I just do one of them and call it a day, I can maybe switch over to the Godot engine stuff. I would have gotten a head start on the Godot engine stuff this morning, except for that Cloudflare was broken, and so the entire Godot documentation site was unreachable. This is part why I make the plugins the way that I do, is so that they're not forced to connect to something on the internet just to function. But yeah, I had downloaded a thing on my streaming computer that is a bunch of Godot examples of things like how to make a 3D platformer or whatever. Yep, yep, I most definitely noticed that as well. Funnily enough, Blue Sky was fine. Apparently, Twitter was down. um, of the two things I need to do today, or choose to do today, because we could just be playing Minecraft, honestly. Ooh, and yeah, the thing about last stream, the funny thing about most of that was I spent most of the time playing a Unity game, which maybe not the best engine to get involved in at this time, because they've been betraying their users quite a bit and causing problems. And because they're in a giant race with Unreal Engine. I have some of these things downloaded and installed on the primary, at least, computer. And I haven't really gotten very far with Unreal Engine. And one of the things about that is some of the stuff I'm thinking of could be done that way. And you get to do programming in this very like shader construction language kind of thing called blueprints, or in C++, I believe is their other rule there. But it's really designed to be like a first-person shooter. It's really designed to produce certain kinds of things, and it's just lots of stuff you can take advantage of that helps you do these very elaborate, complicated things. Godot is a lot more roll your own. Not utterly completely, but to quite a large extent. And so that it interests me more because it's more along the lines of me being able to go with something like that and make up something distinct. Although I will tell you, the thing with the Unreal Engine is if you can fit your concept into that category, you immediately got a lot of gloss and fanciness that's not trivial to do in Godot. Like if you can make your thing make sense in the Unreal Engine, it just automatically runs with a whole bunch of stuff. But then you're paying for that engine. Like you have to pay royalties and stuff to the extent that even matters. It's hard to say how people are going to be building and selling these things. Life's going to get real weird. But in looking at the dev laptop here, I've been talking about how there are two concepts. And the first one is very simply bit shift pan, but as a dual pan. There's a guy on my Patreon who has been just blowing up my messages arguing for this dual pan concept. And the neat thing about that, and what might make it be a, worth taking a day to do, is that also corresponds to a console 0. So that could conceivably mean a kind of console 00, or a console 0++ or something like that, in that it would be either strictly console 0 again, or I revise the math being used in it using a plugin that you see on the desktop there, HackSign, which is my way of tinkering with some of these calculations. That's how I got TAPAC. And so there's the possibility of going back to the summing algorithm of console 0, which is specifically designed to make the absolute most of lossless math calculations. And when I say lossless, what I mainly mean is multiplies and divides that only change the exponent and don't touch the mantissa of the audio, because that's been my hobby horse for years, is seeing what I can do with that. Oh, Chad says you don't have to pay anything for Unreal unless you make over $1 million a year. Fair. Yeah, I mean, I could get into Unreal again, seeing as the bandwidth that I'm streaming this to you on is definitely enough to download the Unreal downloads. The last time I got into it, they just barely started supporting Apple Silicon. So I should think they've had time to deal with some of that by now. And then one of the remaining things waiting around for me to do, conceivably something that I could do on streams. This is a little note card, and what it says is what the inputs on my 16A connect to. So I've got some that say real drums or snare and kick, etc. I've got a couple of patches that just go straight through to a better quality converter that I use for things. But then the ones in the very top, I've got this bank of 4 blue cables, 4 red cables, and 2 yellow cables. And those connect to the modular synth, like over there. I've just rearranged the whole modular synth. What I haven't done is gone through and gone, okay, if I do this, then my bass is coming in on track 2, and the kick drum is coming in on track 1, and so on and so forth, such as I'd be able to turn it on, sit down, and make something musical happen in a straightforward way. Much less add extra things on there so that if I patched stuff through to the hand drum electronic percussion, it would say things like channels like 9 and 10, probably not 9 and 10, I have those on another synth, 7 and 8 go to the clap module, that being, looking over there and trying to figure out what the hell it was, WMD. WMD make a thing called, I believe it's Fracture, the one that I'm using. And Fracture is a hand clap module and a bunch of other things besides. And I've been increasingly impressed with how useful claps are as far as part of recording stuff. So I've started using them a little bit more, and I tied them into the piezo trigger so that I can make a patch. And basically I need to run a different set of cables and label them, because my cables are labeled with things like T for plug into the trigger and various symbols for other outputs of the piezo module. And if I do that well enough, I can make a completely responsive electronic clap or hat or any number of other things. The more controls they have on them, the more adaptable they are to being able to do cool things just with dynamics and the behavior of the piezo plate. That tends to be the kind of thing that I do when I'm taking a day to just sort of unwind. This is more of a day to wind, so rather than just chattering, I've run the risk of heading off into the land where everything that I say is babble, because I'm actually trying to do something. And I'm not able to explain it coherently while actually doing it. But I mean, people show up for that sometimes, so why not? And I do know I'd be starting with this. So creating a new thing. Cocoa View for me means this is one of the stereo builds rather than a mono build. It only means that for me because I replaced the original default things with new default things. And we're going to call this bit dual pan. I actually get to say that online without YouTube thinking I'm saying another word. So I'll start referring to bit dual pan. Save me some trouble. Because you don't get to say the name of this other one online. Or you can, but then they'll think that you're saying something else. And then if, and then gain or pan. Also, sometimes when I start these up, Xcode crashes on me, so we will see whether Xcode crashes on me while I'm trying to work with it or not. But to start with, I think the original one had said bit S. This pan one is bit P, so how about we call it bit D? I'm honestly very tempted to rush off and start fooling with Godot. If people are really excited about the idea of grappling with Godot basically from scratch, because I'm really, in terms of 2D, I think I have a fairly decent head start on how to make some things happen. In terms of 3D, I'm literally starting from zero. I have no idea how to make any of it work. I just have a basic knowledge, such as produced the game counterpart that you saw that was made in Unity. I don't know how to do any of those things in Godot. So we'll be learning together. But this I do know how to do. And I'm wondering how quickly I can turn out. And we do not have any stored variables. And there's very little to this as well. My template stuff. Oh, I've been talking to Bacon Paul, who has some ideas for maybe doing more with Consolidated in the upcoming year. Not this year, sometime in 2026. So I've started that conversation, and I ain't telling you what he's thinking of. I just know that I'm asking for things like one that can go up to 20, or who knows, even more maybe. Maybe he'll have a good idea. But I want more controls in Consolidated so that I can do larger plugins and have them fit within that basic concept. Call it Condoubledated, right? Let's make sure the stove isn't going out. That ought to hold it for a while. Alrighty. Let's say we're going to have exactly 4 instead of exactly 2. And we're simply going to double this up. Oh, I did that wrong. We're going to have 4 parameters because each one needs a gain and a pan. And you get a separate pan for left and for right rather than assuming you're only balancing the levels of each. .5 appears to be the default. So technically that would, well, maybe that's not correct though. But first let's make the names of everything. Then we're going to literally duplicate the code from what's in here and then do it twice. I've already tried Unreal, and I have it on my computer, Igor. Um, the answer to that is the idea of what if I could make the game I'm imagining, because I can just... Okay, so much like when I was playing the Unity version of this, I can describe exactly what should be happening. Like, I know how to conceptualize a game and go, okay, I need this, I need that, I need this object and that object. This object can be over here if it's not in use. This can be there, that can be there. It needs to behave like this. It needs to use these numbers in this way, and so on and so forth. In Unreal, it would be more a matter of figuring out what magic incantations you use to do things like, and I have just created a sphere, and now I texture the sphere with this. And now I fool with the presentation of it by these shader things or whatever. I go and look them up. I find out how to do it. If I need to, say, make gravity or something, well, I can make gravity by coding this or that or doing that. And all of that is essentially quite doable if you learn how Unreal wants you to do it. You can do it without even writing a line of code if you do it everything on blueprints, which is not necessarily the greatest idea, but it would be possible, and I'm the kind of person that sort of thing is made for. I can describe what needs to happen. I have no idea as to how to make it happen. The neat thing about Godot is that I'm addressing it on a much lower level. The neat thing about Unreal is I basically just have to look up the Chrome and enable it all. So you start out with like, okay, if I want to do my concept of all of these different entities that are aware of each other and following these paths, and they're following the paths depicted by the texture that gives them life, and they react to you in these various ways. Well, in Unreal, you go, okay, here, let me download a guy. Okay, now we start with the guy, and you use WAS to run around and so on, and all of that is set up and ready to go. And the physics engine works, and everything about it is made to work, and you can download or even just straight up be given, here are your enemy guys. They're just other guys. You can have them move around in various ways. Like, there is a form of pathing called, I believe, A star. And you can simply turn that on. If you know how to use it, well, then you just, no decay, nobody's doing that. Man, the plugin developer hangout that I am privy to is going through a thing where most everybody who isn't me, I'm sure not literally everybody, but most everybody who isn't me have been playing with AI coding assistants with like medium results. Nobody's really blown away by it. Everybody's kind of like, oh, it's kind of cool. Sometimes it takes me 12 times as long to use this, and it's not really doing anything, but it's kind of like that, like dumb intern concept. So I can find things to make it do. And they're playing with it, but then they're confronted with the idea of, oh, hey, here are some completely AI-based entities who, and by which I do not mean computer programs. No, I mean companies that are attempting to use AI to make music and audio and plugins and replace musicians and replace developers and all of those things. And they want to come and hang out in our clubhouse. And the reaction's been fairly negative. Because it's like, yeah, you let those people in, they're just going to strip mine the entire server and download every possible conversation anybody has ever had in order to try to run computers to duplicate everything that we do. And it's like, who the heck wants that? So you're not going to have AI features in Consolidated. That would be ridiculous. It's honestly not going to help you. Anyways, here I am doing a bunch of things that are extremely basic, except for that nobody would have thought to do this because it's an arbitrary and silly and dumb thing to be doing. Maybe it will lead to amazing results. Doesn't stop it from being an arbitrary and kind of dumb thing to be doing. So we're going to go, I think, left first and then right. And that gives me one answer for one of the things I'm thinking about. Hey, John Depp. Pan could, in fact, default to hard left and hard right. That seems legit. I'm comfortable with that. So we'll have it set up like that. I mean, technically you could have it be LVOL, RVOL, and LPAN, RPAN. But I'm going to have them be connected like it that way. They're going to be adjacent to each other. That's everything I need from up here. There's nothing further to do here. Here we strip things down until it's the correct number of parameters. And then we're going to be duplicating what the previous one did, but doubling it. And this should be pretty straightforward. This is one of the reasons why I warmed to the idea of doing this for the guy on my Patreon who was going on at such great length about wanting and needing this. Is because I had never considered that I would need a dual pan. Because like, oh no, it's the most important thing ever. You must have this. Well, I could give you this, and so that's what I'm doing now. We have no continuing variables, so we don't need to do a thing here. As it gets to around noon, I'm going to go and make another cup of coffee. We're going to hammer away at stuff today, I tell you. And here we have some of our things that we're going to be renaming some of it. And I apparently, oh my God, okay. Well, let's just keep that. This is one where I'm actually not, there's this guy haranguing me for so long about the need for the dual pan is just experimenting away like mad and trying to figure out how he can make his dual pan using Airwindows plugins and is having some success. He's like, oh, I did this. It was great. I just need to have the purest gain. What must be done in order to make it have ultimate purest gain? Well, this shifting of bits pan that I've got here does not have that. It is the least calculating plugin you ever saw. And that is because, and I'm going to have to do a little more with this. I'm definitely going to have to make it a little more complicated than that. But look at that while end sample frames larger than 0. That's the code for shifting a bits pan, as it were. There's nothing to it. It's just a single multiply. I'm not even doing the noise-based dithering to floating point because it doesn't, that would hurt it. The dithering to floating point would harm it because it's capable of running literally just 100% nothing but gain shifts. What I'm doing is now I'm speculating if, in fact, I'm going to be combining these two in various ways. There's a single ad. Is it worth doing the stereo floating point dither? So now there's two reasons why I'm thinking about this. One, in the original one that I've got here, everything is a 6.08 dB gain change, meaning that the mantissa is never altered from what comes in. But if I'm adding, like, if one channel is like input L plus 96 dB down of input R, well, maybe that ends up requiring the floating point dither because it won't actually be exactly only changing the mantissa. Like, I think if you're keeping them in each channel, like L staying within the channel L and R in the channel R, and you only am altering the gain, as I do here, it's correct to not apply the dither. So here's the catch. Like, it might still be better to not dither that in that instance. Because every combination of everything is always just the one mantissa added to the other mantissa at some level of gain. I'm not entirely sure what that means in terms of combining them. So yeah, this is the amusing spectacle of Chris grappling with this kind of stuff that nobody else cares about whatsoever. And I am quite capable of making a dual pan that just uses this floating point dither, and the dual pan is literally just simple gain trims. I'd probably want them to be smoothed. That's not that hard. I'm just thinking in terms of, like, if I am doing this and you actually actively use the dual pan feature, yeah, it's not a big deal to not dither to floating point because nobody does that but me. But I'm trying to wrap my head around what that's going to do to the mantissas of the floating point words as they get combined. Like, what's going to happen there? Is there anything desirable about the gain shifts being confined to changing the exponent and leaving the mantissa the way it's supposed to be? Could you add the resulting gain levels only at the very last stage, but all of the previous gain adjustments are independent? If you're following what I'm saying, like, here, tell you what, let's assume that that's worth doing. What I've done is I've copied all of this from here down to here. I'm going to need to change the parameters over to A, B, C, and D. And I can go from nsample frames because we're not actually using that. At least I don't think we are. Oh, that was the wrong button to push. That's a big fail right there. That's me pushing the wrong button. It was this button I needed to push, and now we have all manners of other problems that are dragging stuff down. Oh no, I didn't even copy what was in the previous one. That's from this morning. 1416 seat 1612096 That's from this morning. That's from the reverbs that I spent hours doing this morning. Oh, for heaven's sake. Okay. Let's see if I can... First I'm going to peek up to here. We don't use ensample frames. I'm sorry. This is going to be just one of those dumb days, but whatever, we all get those. Or at least I do. I don't know if I can speak for you. Maybe you don't ever get dumb days. In which case, bully for you. That must be very awesome. Let's build this param1. Oh, and I did need ensample frames after all. Oops. Let's just undo all the way past all that nonsense. This time I'll select from there and see if I can get anywhere this way. There, now we did declare that. All of this mess is still there. The errors are getting in the way of me being able to see even what's happening. So that's unfortunate. See, under there, there is a ONE, and it needs to be an A. That needs to be a B. And now this should build and get rid of those complaints. And it's done so. I can get rid of the shifting of bits pan. And now we have a working duplicate of shifting of bits pan. And I hasten to point out, the fire's still going fine. I believe I'm going to want to do this twice. Pretty sure I can straight up duplicate this and then add left and right signifiers, and that'll give me simultaneous results, and then it becomes fairly straightforward to continue to pursue it. So even though this is Stupid Chris Day and I'm stumbling all over myself, I don't have to stop. I can continue and see what I can make happen. So here's what that could look like. Actually, I know I can start this. Let's do a bunch of edit all in scope. I probably don't need to change this because I can simply reuse it. Oh, hey, you found it. Yeah, a bunch of my stuff is out there. You can probably even find counterpart, and it may even work. It still works in my machine, even though it's not actually Apple Silicon code at all. Like everything that you saw, that's actually Intel code. That was made in like 2015 or something. And Balls Up is, of course, it started out being called Clusterfluff, and that is a Godot program. Edit all in scope. Go with that. Edit all in scope. Oops. Bada bing. So now this will actually work. But I need to go a little farther. Okay, that should still be functional, but I need to go a little bit beyond there. And yeah, I think maybe my brain is already trying to deal with the Godot stuff and it's got me confused today. I should still be able to do this though. For that matter, I would also be able to do a dual pan that was just basic. Not that worried about it though. So this doesn't get us that far, but that's fine. One thing at a time. I'm going to skip back to here. So if we copy all that and then paste it, I've got some tedious work ahead of me. Here's some changes. There, now if I can do this, I will get to the end of it. We don't need to redeclare this, it already exists. We don't need to redeclare this. We don't need to redeclare this. We do need to redeclare that. But we don't need to redeclare this. But we need to go through and change these. That can stay. That has to change. We don't need to redeclare this. That's fine, this needs to change. That part can stay. That's fine. And these need to change. Because we'll be using those later. That looks to be, if this is wrong, it will misbehave in some way. I don't want that. And here's my gamer mindset repetitive strain injury scenario showing up. No! Did it wrong. We're reusing those things, so we don't need to change that. This is the part now, if I had gone and tried to do a replace everything in scope, it would have gone back and replaced the earlier ones as well. Unless I selected them and did it like within, but I can't have it be only within selection if it's edit all in scope, so I don't get to do it that way. So it would just be another find and replace, and I'm not up to speed with doing that today, so, or at least not at the moment. So I am struggling through on a state of extreme dumbness, and we're going to see what I can make happen out of that extreme dumbness. You know what? We're going to call these dual pans mono. And let's see. So if I just replace this, I would at least have a working result. Thing is, we're only using the top control now. So each of these is incorporating the parts. Yeah, so if I only do one side of it, that is now a dual panel that works, a dual pan that is working only on that one side. Probably don't need to make the output. No longer are we doing all the work before the buffer is processed, but we're still going to be able to do that most likely in one statement. So also let me, seeing as I have to make it be a big pile of math, and this does not count as a big pile of math, it's actually a tiny pile of math. That only needs a couple of pluses, and that's basically bit dual pan. I think I'm done. I think that was all it was. Technically, I don't actually have to. Oh, also I need to declare those, so maybe we don't. Maybe let's not. Let's remove that part as well. There. Very tiny little plugin now, because we're just reading from the raw input, which is a 32-bit value twice. So technically we're doing one 32-bit add, but that's the only math function that's happening in there. Oh, this is about the simplest thing you're ever going to see, Harsha-san. I do not know whether I'm going to be able to do the more challenging, although I can probably start the more challenging plugin. I couldn't tell you whether I'm actually going to be able to get anything out of it. You know what? We don't need these values here either. Let's strip that out too. It can be the most efficient plugin anybody ever saw. It does a add. Well, 2 multiplies in an add. And we can build it. And I can test it. But not before I fix the wood stove. The endless wood stove. It's the endless wood stove. I get myself into a state of burnout And then I'm singing praises to my stove. There we go. There you go. Yeah, I'm thinking of jumping over to C# in Godot for the rest of the afternoon. But what I have here is pretty much just literally, let's see if this worked. Option drag to copy. And I don't have anything routed through the main speakers because I haven't even plugged that in yet. I plugged that in using this little optical widget. I have not done that yet, and I don't think this is going to, I mean, if it's a pan thing, you wouldn't be able to hear that anyhow, so I'm not sure it's worth bothering. What do I have that could be used? A drum track. This is going to come over the little laptop speakers. I might be able to hear the stereo of it, or maybe not. I do have headphones handy. I could put those. Ooh, look at this program screwing up. It became upset and is missing all kinds of spots. This is going crazy. It's a bug on a program that runs on Snow Leopard, so there's no sense asking for bug fixes now. Ooh, Chad, you are excited, and maybe it's a good idea to jump over and start playing with the Godot section. But before we do, oh, it also crashed. Try that again. It became upset and gave me unpleasant results. Maybe simply because I scrolled too fast. There we go. Yep. That is shifting of bits right there. Looks like I can make it good and loud. What happens if I have it just be centered? Looks like everything becomes at least twice as loud as it was. No, I'm guessing about exactly twice as loud as it was. Because that panning follows certain rules. That's odd, though. Oh, I have a bug. I have a bug. That's no good. LPAN turned all the way over to the right fails completely. What have I done wrong? For that matter, if LPAN fails all the way to the... What happens with this? No, this one's fine. In fact, it's the same level each time. But L is not following the same rules. It's gone. So I've made a mistake. Let's go find the mistake. I closed this too soon. Now there's so little to this code that it should be pretty straightforward. It's probably not here because I see no problem here. Input L times L gain L, L gain R. Input R is R gain L, R gain R. So I think L gain R failed. That failed. Why would that be? So I would assume that this code would work and make sense. This is where it starts getting a little more baffling. That said, there's nothing to it but to struggle through it, figure out what's different between these two things. So we're defining these variables correctly. And it works okay once we're over to the R section, assuming that I'm thinking of those correctly. So yeah, my head's at the moment figuring out, like, am I even correct in thinking that well, actually no, there's a catch to that. The one on the top was L. The one on the top failed to pan over to the opposite side when I asked it to. That basically means L gain R is broken somehow. So where do we start? We start here. This is literally the same code copied and pasted to the right channel. The right channel was fine. We defined these. Well, I mean, one thing I could do is... No, I can't do that, can I? I can't simply comment this out because we use it. These do appear to be, well, I mean, and this is the version that works fine. So I'm assuming what's going on, since the only things in the code, this is the literal code that has failed to work correctly for both of these things. Hey, Vinegar. That's the literal code that isn't actually doing what it's supposed to do. I do have L gain L and R, but, and I've got exactly the same math each way. Input R is possible to like pan back and forth. Input L is not. And that appears to be because L gain R is always 0. Well, we do start L gain R as actually 1, not even 0. And then it can be made to be 0 here or some very small number here. This is the same code as the other one uses. So now what I'm wondering is, are we reassigning L gain R somewhere? It really doesn't look as if we are. fine. I'm assuming that it was the one that was busted and not the other. If I do this, I'm commenting all of this stuff out. There. I can build it again, and since it doesn't need to use these variables, it should be fine. Let's see what happens now. So if this works, and then the other one does not, it means that somewhere in there we are making this fail. It's hilariously basic to be having this amount of trouble with, but I don't care. It's one of those things. This is one of those things that you run into. So here's our default setting. There's our L volume. Isn't that interesting? Yeah, so this isn't as good as I thought it was. This is letting me pan all the way to the center. But then these are both going down in volume, rather than only the one going down in volume. And currently the other one does nothing. That's interesting. What are we seeing here? If we fix this, maybe the rest of it will just work. Yep. Later, Sarto. So yeah, that does not actually work. Where'd it go wrong? Well, we're defining this okay. Oh, interesting. I see. Here's an interesting trick. And I don't know why it would be this way, but I think I see what went wrong. I think bit shift L in pan bits needs to work differently. So let's see. So if pan control int pan bits 20, pan bits floor 1 divided by pan attenuation. This is meant to make it so that I have an increasingly large number as that number goes down towards 0. It's 1 divided by that. I do have a dedicated pan control sitting around in here. That said, do I even need a dedicated pan control here, or is it going to work the same either way? So some of it works, some of it don't, some of it don't. And I think my problem resides in... Actually, no, I don't know where my problem resides. Oh, well, I'm glad to hear that, Chad. Well, this is going to be one of those ones like when I did all of this extensive work and then only found out that the array was declared wrong. So let's, and it's also strangely reminiscent of like the old book Zen and the Art of Motorcycle Maintenance, when the guy who was formerly a college professor and is now a vagrant motorcyclist is talking about trying to fix problems with his bike. And so he'll try to do stuff, but if he is really determined and is not succeeding, what he'll do is be like, fine, time for the scientific method. And he'll keep journals and he'll write down all the details and he will poke at every possible little thing that could be a problem to find out what changes and observe all the results. So we're looking at shift and a bit L and shift and a bit R. These need to attenuate respectively. And they were doing so on the other channel, unless I'm mistaken about that too. It was acting like when I had the other channel that was working. The way I'm using these is L is in the front of gain when we're doing input L. This is the one that's failing to work. That's the one that seemed like it actually was working, and I don't know why they would be different. The code's literally the same. We've got them clamped like this. We're declaring a variable for multiplying like this. Each time it's specified correctly. The clamping appears to be about correct. Let's simplify this. We're not using pan control elsewhere. What happens if we just change that? And it would also be changing it here. In theory, that should be simply reusing it. We ran into a problem. Might be there too. Nope, I caught it in this one and I did not catch it in the other one. Ooh, no, sorry, stand corrected. It lives here too. That's in the commented out stuff. Okay, so if making that just a reused thing fixed the problem, then it'll be fixed for the other side as well, although I can test that assumption. Testing the assumption. We have the same behavior. It's acting as if we go this direction and we have the one side. If we go this direction, both channels get attenuated with the same amount. If we go this direction, only one of the channels gets attenuated. That's not supposed to do that. It's the same problem as before. That's not been changed. Are we using gain control L somewhere? Okay, so pan control times 2 minus 1. When I go into the positive range, this is where it starts to misbehave. Attenuation 1 minus fab's pan control. That's always going to be larger than 0, isn't it? Although the reason I'm checking is because if I divide by it and it's 0, that doesn't work. So pan bits, that's going to be a thing. Why would it be that both of these get attenuated if you're in the positive on pan control? Because it's only when you're in the positive on pan control, like all the way to the left is 0. All the way to the right is positive. It'll go up to 1 and down to -1. These appear to be correct. They're saying the same thing. So now what I'm wondering is, are we just assuming this attenuation is the maximum for some reason? These start out as the same number, although technically it's 20. These are distinct variables. They're still distinct here. We're just watching this behavior. Just for fun, let's find out what happens if we're not doing this part. What should happen is nothing. We should have disabled the pan entirely by doing that. If it's not, that says very strange things. And there's no good reason for that to do anything other than what I expect. If it does, that's very striking. So that does nothing. That does nothing because it's not active. Oh, interesting. Look at this. Look at this. I'm not actually changing the gain levels, but look at what's happening here. We have way more gain on that side. Right has way more gain change than left. Why would that be? That's crazy. What's its problem? Look, now it has way less gain, but I've not touched pan. It's not even happening. So here's a problem. So now I can track this down. We know it's still misbehaving even when this is happening. Now, why would that be? The literal code here We're not assigning anything to input L, so that shouldn't change it. Unless it's like asterisk input L plus plus, but that shouldn't be happening. It's acting like if we do input L times L gain L, it's just assigning that to input L, but there's no reason it should be doing that. Well, let's see what happens. Oh, sorry. That was a silly mistake that I'm going to undo. It's acting like it's doing a thing to input L, which it should not be able to do. I'm going to see whether that changed anything. Remember, I've not touched any of this other stuff. We are going to figure out what is making this discrepancy, because these are supposed to be acting like the same thing. We should have mono. That's not mono. See, it's doing more. It's doing extra. It's not supposed to be able to do that. We're not incrementing the thing that I'm using in the math. Like if output L equals input L and output R equals input L, that's just going to be mono. So maybe what we need to do, it's acting like it's simply assigning the result back to input L and then assigning it to output L. That's nonsense. It's no bueno. I guess we see whether it still does it like this. Oh, no, I can think of something else to do here. So this is going to get a little messy. There. So I do not get why it would be assigning the result of the temporary operation into the input buffer again. That seems like a world of hurt. But if that's what it was doing, why then we've worked out a way to solve that. So if doing this math operation on this causes it to be updated in place, that would cause the result I'm seeing. And it would be the same here as well. And so if you're only able to read from that, but putting it in the middle of a math operation causes it to be updated. And I do not see why that would happen. But if that's what's happening, this will then work as predicted, because we're assigning it to a single variable and then leaving it the heck alone. We're not touching this. We're not putting it in math. Let's find out. Oh, are we unused variable? That's not a serious objection. Let's see if it does what was expected, or if it still does the thing. Because again, it's applying a gain level as if it's applying it twice. There's our gain levels. Oh, I think I've still got it set up to, ooh, but. Watch this. Now they match. That's a good sign, because formerly they didn't match. I haven't changed anything but this one thing. But now it is not actually giving me asymmetrical results without a pan pot being present. If I have this where mono lives, it gives me asymmetrical results as if it's applying the multiply twice, which implies it's as if it was applying the multiply. See, if I have this, the next time we refer to input L, it's larger or smaller. And then you do it again, and it's like you're applying the change twice. So the next stage, rather than simply put it all back together again, the next thing I do is go and put back this part and see whether it does what I expect. So that's really weird. I would not have guessed such a thing could happen. I don't understand it. And I'm going to show you in a moment exactly what that implies. But first, let's see if we can now pan the left channel, which is the only channel we get to see, to both left and right. If so, that's going to be the same recipe for getting the rest of it working properly. What do we got? Hear it here. Before, it was in silence. I'm going to call that 100% correct. That worked. So let me show you something. I'm going to comment these things out though, but then I'm going to, wait, are we skipping the, no, I guess we're, well, that shouldn't hurt. Pen control. I'm going to make this one small change while I'm at it. Because we get to just reuse these parameters. And that ought to suffice. Don't even need to change anywhere else. And we've got pan bits in there as a variable. And that should now be fully functional. So, what happened? Oh, for heaven's sake. Oh, I forgot to delete that part. There we go. There we are. So check this out. that counts as a working math operation. Pan_bits is an integer that we have, and you can use plus plus on an integer. If I was to go that's another math operation. But if I was to do this, what that does is it increments pan_bits and then multiplies it by 2. So if it's 3, it becomes 4, and then it becomes 8. Works the same like this, except for if you're evaluating something like saying if pan_bits, then that increments it before evaluating it for whatever is within its little formula there. So that is a logical function. And the logical function is also incrementing this variable. And we're also sending the result of the true or false back to pan_bits again. So that changes it to be 0 or 1, but that's a whole other story. So the problem I'm running into here that's apparently a math function. And I don't see why. So we can apparently do this. Oh, it says statement has no effect, but it had an effect before. Let's find out what happens when we do this. Because I can tell you what it would do if it did have an effect. Let's see what happens now. We've got left and right gain. That's the one with the hi-hat. That's all well and good. And you can still hear it at 0.25, about this big. So yeah, it seems as if the statement did have no effect. Thing is, if I do output L equals input L, times L gain L, because it's acting like it did this. Not that. Now that does have an effect. What that's doing is making this be much smaller. Thing is, I had this in here, and it was taking effect. It was doing a thing. In fact, we can do it twice. So let's see if this returns to the weird goof thing. Let's see if this returns to the madness that was causing me troubles. And it has. So check this out. We can set this to the middle. Watch this. I've repeatedly assigned input L to output L. And it's cutting down the volumes much quicker. Or indeed, increasing them way more. The other one does not have the ability to turn up that much, but this is applying its gain change to the variable we're reading from. See, it's 6.9, but with this one, it's 30 and 20. That can only mean one thing. When we do input L times L gain L plus mono R times R gain L, or R, it is not only assigning it to output L, it's also assigning the result of that calculation to input L, even though in the regular code it doesn't. So that's fascinating. I would not have guessed I'd run into a gotcha like that. And we can put it back. It can work. But turns out you can't do this, at least in this version of C++. In this, I don't know whether it works any differently, but that's a really interesting gotcha. Like, look at this. We generate the result of this, and then we generate the result of this. If we are doing it just using output L and adding this times that, well, guess what? This stays the same. But if we're referring to, I wonder if you can even do that, like mono R equals, this is going to be a pointer. So modern programming languages don't use these things. This is like pointer messiness. So I guess the next thing to do is see if I can make it do that using the variables I've just declared. And that'll tell me something about what's actually going on here. Because you see, what this actually says in C is the value of mono L is what is present at the address of input L. And where do we get that? It's like an array. And what's happening is input L plus equals 1. That makes it step one further in this array. This is a region of memory to be used. We keep incrementing this number, but then and I'm not entirely that clear on, like, okay, so we've got this. This is not a multiplier anymore. This is like float 32 pointer input L equals cast in buffer m buffers m data to the size of float 32 pointer. I'm reading this asterisk as pointer rather than multiply. What that also means is if I made this be float 64 pointer, the positions would be skipped in an interesting way, and it would start reading off the end of the array and giving garbage data. Which, let's do that for fun. And then I believe that if I was to do this, That indirection means it will probably still work, but it's going to be incrementing this value with this and giving me the resultant output. And let's find out whether it, oh, no, invalid type argument, that's what. So the way this was spelled out was like this. What happens now? Oh, I can't convert float to double. Ah, I can't convert float to float. Interesting. Well, these were declared as float 32 asterisk. I think it was a capital F. I bet we're still in trouble. Up, can't convert float to float 32 asterisk. But you know what? What if I do this? Invalid operands. You know what? I'm making this too complicated. I successfully got it to the point of being functional. Let's just accept that. And now if I do this, it's not going to create unusual results because I can repeatedly assign the same thing if it's just a variable and there's no problem. We made output L be this stuff, and then we can make output L be this stuff again as many times as we want. See, I can do it all day long and it's not going to produce any weird results. Or at least it'll be very interesting if it does. But I bet you anything it don't. Yeah, it's 100% fine. See, you can keep assigning that to the output all day long and it won't do anything. But as soon as we are making a number out of this position, this address that's giving us a double precision, actually it's a float, but it's being promoted to double, result, as soon as we're doing input L times L gain L, well, mono L is going to be the result we want, but then input L has now been changed on the fly. If there was another plugin working on this buffer, it would be working on the same thing. It would be like a VST alter the buffer in place kind of thing. So it's interesting to see that you can't do that. It's interesting to see that you can't work with that position in memory, because it's pointing to a position in memory, only to get a different kind of end result. Like, excuse me. So let's put some of these things back and then idly mess with other stuff to see if we can make it break. That works. But now that we know that that works, we can do other kinds of damage. Like, for instance, what if we're reading from this? Does this break and die, or does this actually succeed? Ah, we can't convert it to initialization, but what if we assumed that that was a 64? Does this break and die? No. And what terribleness have we wrought here? What this should be doing is one channel reads the buffer normally. The other channel pretends to read two pieces of 32-bit variable and pretend that it's a 64-bit variable. So one channel should be giving me audio samples, and the other sample is giving me two 32-bit audio samples being read as a composite 64-bit audio sample, plus half the time it's going off the end of the buffer and reading entirely different places in memory, which we have no idea where they go, although they might actually be part of the other channel. Let's see what kind of mess this produces. It may just crash, but this is probably going to be a big mess, and such a loud noise you'll be able to hear it even though it's coming off of the laptop, or it may simply crash. No, that's giving me silence. Okay. Well, that's fun. Okay, I told it to be 64, and it found no 64-bit samples at the position that it was in, so it just gave me silence. I wouldn't have guessed that would happen. I would have guessed that it would make horrible noises, and that was kind of what I was looking to make it do. But no. In-buffer, mbuffers, mdata doesn't contain any 64-bit samples, and whatever process buffer lists is, it's apparently smart enough to tell whether these are 32-bit floats or not. So what we're going to do is put it back, because this was never a smart thing to be doing. It was just a thing for me to make a mess. I was just exploring that. I wonder if there are other ways I can make a mess. Let's find out. So what that's going to do is make things much louder. But I'm now wondering, I feel like that's actually not useful. But in theory, normal. What am I doing? I can't type. Okay, so if this did not increment and modify the variable in the buffer, then repeating the assign with just input L and input R will give me just normal gain again. I think that's not what's going to happen. So if we're not modifying the buffer that we're working on and supposedly just reading from, because we're doing this assign, we're doing math on it, but it shouldn't necessarily change the stuff that we're reading from. And yet I think you'll find or not. Yeah, that time it didn't do anything. Okay, curiouser and curiouser. I would have thought multiplying the gain. Okay, so yeah, we're learning what works and what doesn't work. Creating this and then doing this with it did not actually change what was living inside the buffer, but putting it here did change what was living inside the buffer. And we can return to demonstrating that quite easily. But we do have to read it twice. So rather than using mono-L, that's now going to be an unused variable. And we've put back the position where it increments the array that we're supposed to just be reading from, although I don't see how it's doing it. Let's find out. Then I'm going to go make a cup of coffee. And we'll play with Godot. This is more than I expected this to be. So now we are in mono, and we have exactly, see what's happening is your volume is going to be a factor of a power of 2. If we cut, we end up applying it twice. And if we boost, we end up forcing both channels. Because what's happening, if we're trying to assign this, this is what is happening. That LPAN, the left channel gets done first. If that's just multiplied by 1, it's just multiplied by 1. As we go in this direction, the right version is meant to be that multiplied by the right gain, but the left version, think of it this way. Like, go to full pan, this side has been reduced down to 0. Go to full pan in the other direction, it's showing both of them, but it's applying what would be happening to the left pan in place. And then it is multiplying the result of what this channel did times 1, which is what the right side volume should be, except for we've had times 1, but it's on what was done on the other side. And so in this way, I have demonstrated that you have to assign it to a variable, because if we do this, it does in fact apply the gain change to the value in input L in place. And I didn't know you could do that. Like, it would be if you did plus plus. You can do that, for instance, with this. Like, input L plus plus would be the same as plus equals 1. But it's acting like it's this. And I don't understand why, because there's no reason for it to be doing that. I don't have a times equals in there. That's what you use to apply math on the fly like that. Anyhow, we got through. I demonstrated that that's absolutely what's happening here. Having done so, we are done. Assuming I didn't leave a mess up here. No, I don't think so. Yeah, it's all good. And this is the newly built, non-bugged one. Who could have known that it would be producing that problem? Not me. Let's double check that it works on a different thing. Guitars this time. That worked. And Unity game. Alrighty. That was a weird mess. That was a very weird mess. Time for me to go get another cup of coffee and perhaps like use the facilities briefly. While I do that, let's set something up. Oh, I remember this went over fairly well. Something that might be worth doing is me playing with the Bastel-Castel setup again. I appear to have two of them in here. And let's see, SWB audio capture. Effect stack, don't need decrackle. And music for the stream while I go off and attend to the stuff I need to do. And I will be back momentarily. Oh yeah, no, I earned some coffee, but it was, again, the stuff that goes wrong is always for dumb reasons. In this case, I was trying to do something that was a little bit too fancy, and I did not realize that I was modifying the arrays out from underneath myself, because nobody told me. And Godot after the break, yes. So what I can do there is update that right now. Ta-da. And background music for people's, let's make it play. There we go. Yeah, notice how all of the sounds that these Bastel-Castel makes are always the ultimate and perfect. It's really, I need to do embedded programming for that stuff so that I can make these two things too. Because these are simply oscillators out of an AT-Tiny, and man does it make a good noise. X mix. This would be a console X mix, but I wouldn't have done much with it. Fascinating how, like, literally all of the sounds register as optimal sonority. I don't know why the AT-Tiny does that, but it does tend to make me enjoy them. I think that's quite fun. Alrighty. So that never came out. That was my Bastel Castle jams on one of these days that I did. Probably worth going into that again. It would be interesting to see what I could do in Console X2 or Console H with Bastel Castles. Because you'd think that, yeah, reimagining those might be worth a try. That being the purpose of some of this stuff. So where are we at now? We're going to scan a thing. Godot projects. Godot demo projects master. So, you know, if we fool with this, they seem to be updated to 4.5. And it shows you how to do certain things. So, and then it's filling up my entire directory here, but that's fine. Here's a basic game that you're supposed to learn from. I'm going to make the window not be so ginormous. It's probably done in GDScript. It is definitely done in GDScript. There will be similar things if it was done in C#. It's just that I need to look for the basics. Let's see what happens when we run this one. I'm assuming it's going to be like WASD. Let's find out. Necessarily a good game. I got one. Okay, so this is actually quite the hard game, but more importantly, it is a 3D space. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, I'll stop that. The game audio, which was completely pointless, was going to SWB audio capture. It was only going to stream, and I wasn't actually hearing it, so I didn't know it was making that noise. Let's get back into it. I can probably do something about that. Let's see, though. Oh, maybe I'll have a look at this one instead. What I'm really looking for, and it continues to open the screen at infinite size, which I find very tacky. Let's make it not be an infinitely large window. Oh, and we're struggling very hard, but all the same, we now have something cooler looking. And this might be a better picture towards what I'm trying to make happen. Because see, we're in the 3D window. We've got a protagonist character. We have presumably physics engines with collision, so you're going to bounce off of the floor there. It might make a loud noise, but here's player. I don't think we're going to need to use touchscreen UI. And if we go to scripts, it's not showing me the scripts. But if I do this, then it will. Yeah, I'm going to try to do Counterpart again, but as a 3D space game, possibly with like 3D asteroids-like qualities. Yeah, Game Boy. So here's some of the stuff that specifies what this is. You got things like movement direction, it's a vector 3. This is going to be manipulating these objects. Instance res type player. So that's interesting. We do have other scripts. There's stuff in folders in here, because what I'm doing is I'm trying to figure out what do I need to do in order to get the Godot 3D engine to instance some things, make some stuff, have them moving around on screen with you in the screen as a camera. So what we see here looks to me a little bit like player. Can I double click him? No. I'm looking at what it says in the file system here. Like, we don't even have anything for stage. If we run this, it will give us a little bitty game. It's making annoying noises. Oh no, I clicked away from the game, now I can't get it anymore. So this is not well thought out, but camera in particular seems to be a big mess. I do have some behaviors. All the noises are incredibly annoying. We're super not going to be using this control system, I'll tell you that right now. It's very poorly organized for a 2D thing, but it at least has enough going on that it lets you steer while running. And I would like it to do mouse look, but it fails at doing that. And the monster kills you. Unless it doesn't. Yeah, so this is pretty much a disaster, but I'll tell you one thing it's doing is it is, in fact, letting a character move around, camera is behind you, so what I'm wondering now is, can I move that? The part that I don't understand with this, this is a complete nightmare as far as this is concerned. We'll stop running project. So we've got a follow camera and a player script. And I believe everything is sitting around in player. Stage contains a bunch of things. So let's look at the 3D scene. And now it's going to be showing us some other stuff. It's not actually working. This is not mine. This is Godot demo code. I'm trying to figure out how you put together a 3D anything. So let's move around in this space using WASD. I feel like these distant things might not actually exist. That might be just pictures. Shift makes you move faster. You see that we have these little objects. That's because we are looking in the 3D view. And we can also select stuff. And move around. And those are like 3D objects that have been placed here. We can move them on these axes, or hide them underneath that. There's an audio thing contained in here. And they're like little coins or flowers or something. We can fly into the geometry, and what I'm trying to do is find out whether I see colliders or anything. Also, I might as well hustle in this direction and see if I'm getting any closer to this. I think not. I think that is a background box. And I've gone away from what the actual game is. So what I'm going to be doing with Counterpart, it's not going to have gravity and this type of stuff. What it is going to be doing is there will be the bounding box. That is something that we see here, this stuff around the outside edge. It's in the same theme, but it's just an image. See, we're not getting any closer to any of that stuff. It is just an image. And you can't get closer to it because it's nothing but a skybox. Happens to be a skybox with some clouds and things drawn on it. But you can never reach them because they don't actually exist. This geometry exists. And what we're seeing is this little dude here. And then we've got a camera. That's presumably him. If I click in this area, I'm always triggering him. That's his collision box or something. We can see various stuff around. We can see what looks like bones manipulating the 3D object. I'm thinking that's what that means. And sure enough, can move him around. If I start him underneath the ground, what happens then? We find out. He's stuck. We've started him in the middle of the floor, and so it can't work. But we can fix that. Now we start him up in the air and he falls and collides with whatever this object is. It's cool looking. Look at these little rounded corners. That's kind of classy. I can't see where the colliders are in there, but there's going to be colliders. So when we run it again, it'll start up slowly and then he will fall to the ground. Boop, and there he goes. So you want to not embed him in the ground or it doesn't work. Unless you programmed it so if he did collide with the ground and was embedded in the ground, you'd make him pop up and do something else. I don't know what that's about, but what I wanted to do was figure out whether I could make it be first person rather than third person. Let's zoom up and see whether we can select the camera or something. I feel like no. I feel like we're just selecting player. So let's ignore stage for the moment, and we don't need to worry about touchscreen UI. Presumably it's probably designed to run on touchscreen, which does not interest me. Let's open up player and see if we have player scene. We do. Ah, okay. Here's where things can get more interesting. Here's our player, and this is kind of how he works. His bounding box seems to be there. We've got a bunch of various stuff. For instance, this is a mesh instance. The mesh is what makes this little guy here. A bunch of this stuff we don't have, but some of it we do. For instance, skeleton. That does actually work. That's a node. Some of this is pre-built. And we have a camera. So this camera is looking in this direction. I don't really know why Mr. Dude, it's looking at Mr. Dude facing that away. So maybe I'm interested in finding out what target is. Target looks to be some kind of object, and it has a position and a rotation. If I change that to 0.5, target's much lower. Now if I run it, we're looking straight at Mr. Dude, but it's chasing him. Kill me, I dare you. Supposed to be a bad guy. Oh, you can ride on top of them, okay. I would not call this the greatest of games, but there's a lot of parts in here and they're doing something. So what we've got here is that camera is chasing Mr. Dude. Now remember, in Counterpart, you're not supposed to be able to see yourself. It's not a third person, it's a first person. I stop it this way. So player, collision capsule, this is as big as you are. And target is a node 3D. So that means we've got a transform. It's even letting me move it around like this. Or maybe not. Maybe it's not going to let me do that. And if we did not have that, we could set camera 3D directly on player. This is the guy that moves around. I think we need to leave target there or it will break. Yep, that's exactly what I'm looking to do. I'm looking to see if I can do that. We can also hide the shadow. These appear to be just visual effects, of which I am not nearly as interested. That's an animation player that's moving the dude around, and we have an animation tree. I'm not going to need to deal with this. But this is how Mr. Dude moves around and jumps. He's not doing it incredibly well, but he is moving around and jumping, and this is the machine that causes that to happen. It's a jump animation, a run, a walk, idle, and so on. And these are all different behaviors that the skeleton can be doing on this object. So, we do not actually have a follow camera, so that ain't going to do anything. It's going to be manipulating the former node target, and that's not going to do anything anymore. We do get to manipulate field of view, and it'll probably show us that in the interface. Yep, sure enough. See, we can have it be ultra wide angle or extremely zoomed in. Near and far probably is just what gets rendered where. And I can manipulate this stuff like this. And presumably, okay, we're looking backwards. (180) is now literally the opposite. If we sit this inside the dude's head, it's probably going to be invisible because we'll be looking from the other side of the triangles. Do a little save, find out. Oh, can't call it an null value. Interesting. I broke something. Well, that was annoying. Yep, so I just did what Chad suggested, and it didn't work because there's more going on here. But maybe if we start commenting stuff out, don't like that. We'll probably make him so he can't actually move anymore. That seemed relevant to what it was doing. Follow camera. Seems legit. Other than it's not doing what I want. We could parent. Well, no, hang on a second. That doesn't make any sense. Well, first of all, if we reparent this to camera 3D, does it start working again? Yes, it does. And we started invisible because we're inside the guy's head. But now something else curious is happening. That wasn't as bad as I thought. And this dude's bugged out and not working. We're definitely having a lot of challenges with this control system. It's far from good. But we did put it back together again, so now it's working the way that it was before. Honestly, it might be a fine idea to try to do something or to run something that's not nearly this complicated. Our problem here is that we're playing with a would-be platformer. It's very poorly designed, and yet it's also very complicated. Like, it's a third-person follow camera, which is the opposite of what I'm looking to do. I'm looking to do a first-person camera and a bunch of objects and some physics. And then everything else will be the behaviors and the paths and things that things move on. I don't honestly even have a place where the player's texture is applied, if indeed there is such a thing. We got particles, player bullet controls, player to scene. We got sounds built into the player. I'm going to cast dispersions on this particular demo and play with another demo. I feel like that's not helping. So maybe we go back to dodge the creeps in 3D and try to make the camera. I'm going to be doing the same thing of trying to set the camera in the control guy. It'll look a little weird. Oh, here's a 3D navigation. Yeah, so official physics demo grid map, but it wasn't actually helpful. It was just weird. Rigid body character 3D. Well, that's kind of one of the things I'd be doing was putting a camera and controlling a rigid body. So this is probably... Godot always fills the whole entire screen. Look at that. You can't even see what anything is. I wonder if there's a way to tell Godot, please don't ever do that, but I haven't found it yet. So I'm not going to worry with it. But we're looking at the 3D view, which means WASD and right-click will in fact let me move stuff around. Looks like we have a texture which is the same texture on everything, so there is some possibility that we're applying a texture to objects in this. That would come in real handy. In fact, one of the things that I could do is bring in some of the textures from Counterpart and see if I can make this one have those textures on it. And then we have a capsule, which is probably our rigid body. Cubio, it says. And we have elevators. Those appear to be like characters or something. Character body 3D. And they contain a mesh. I don't know how many princess, so what's that? Let's find out what it does when we run it. It's probably going to be one of those very unimpressive ones, but we can at least find out what it is. It can hop, it can move, it has another one of those damn follow cameras. And we don't have mouse look, and that's more than a little frustrating to me. I want to get past all of this stuff until I have something that has mouse look. Also, can I fall into the doom? I respawned. Okay, so something got dropped.
And something fell. I'm used to believing that I should be able to click with the mouse and have mouse look. That's what I want to have. So we're not really quite where we want to be with all of this. On the other hand, we can jump onto these. So there's that. We can jump onto that. And we can fall to our doom. See, this is the kind of thing you don't want in a game because you can't tell what the hell anything is. It's just becoming a big mess. And I jump off the edge and respawn. So I don't actually get to look anywhere. I do not have mouse look. That seems distressing. Select mode. So this is the gameplay section. It's running, but we've now made it not do anything. Oh, no it is. And we fall off the edge and respawn. But now we have a fixed camera. Ah, that's what it says, override the in-game camera. So let's not override the in-game camera. And it looks like now I can't move because I'm stuck. Another problem with making this kind of thing is you can get stuck. And if the camera is terrible and your ability to move around is terrible, then the whole thing is just kind of a big mess. That's kind of what we're dealing with here. It's fine, and there's physics in there, but this is really far away from what you would want to have. And again, I'm really missing the mouse look. So maybe it's time for me to look for one that has mouse look, because this contains some things, but not others. I'm guessing what it is you're supposed to make your way around all of this stuff to reach this, which is Princess Mushroom. This is a collision shape. See, there it is. I'm seemingly expanding or contracting it, so that's interesting. Don't quite know why it's behaving that way. Oh no, this one you can shift. I must have repositioned it wrong. You got a spawn timer, cube rigid body, and we're spawning these guys. In fact, we spawned lots of them. So it would be possible to, and look, we've got a scene. I think we have a scene. So cube, rigid body, collision shape 3D, mesh instance 3D. How much of this is made on default shapes? Can we instead turn it to spheres? Mesh instance. Can we turn that to a sphere? Okay. Here we go. Now we're getting somewhere. So if the collision shape is a sphere, that means these will now roll. If the mesh instance is a sphere, that means they will look like balls rather than rolling but looking like boxes, because the visualization of it doesn't have anything to do with how it's going to act. We save this. We run it again. We have no clear way of moving around, but by God, we can now roll them around. And the more of these that spawn, the more they will start bumping into each other, and they will, in fact, bounce around and roll. Especially if they land on the edge of things. Now, it doesn't fit under there. So this is a start. It's just kind of weird. One of the things I wanted to do was make it so that I could have spheres in the game, and I sure do. Because they are spheres, they're all rolling off the sides of the plane. There's stuff I could do about that too. If I roll off the side of the plane, I basically restart. If they roll off the side of the plane, they just kind of go away. Like, they don't seem to have much in the way of friction. That's going to be part of the physics engine. The physics weight that they have is going to have a significance, sorry. So we've got a start. And now we've got a stop. And surface material override. Skeleton. Okay, skeleton cube. Okay, skeleton 3D. Cube rigid body, that's what this already was. You're apparently not allowed to select that. But let's see if we can drag it into that same slot. Interesting. Allowed, skeleton 3D, select a node. Now I can't select that anymore. I feel like maybe if I run it now, it will fail. But that's not correct, was it? Mesh instance did not need to have a skeleton. This does not need a skeleton because it is not being deformed in any way. Maybe it was just being set to default. Oh, skin, empty. Okay, surface. This might get more interesting. Shader material, standard material. If I click on this, haha, we've got a color and we have a texture. The texture lives within this project. It's a 512 by 512 with a bunch of mipmaps. So it apparently is using mipmaps already. And we have some fancy shader mechanics. Like roughness. Which apparently is coming from the channel. Okay. Yeah, so it's assuming we have a separate channel. Oh, and look, we made it shiny. Roughness goes to 0.2 or to 0. That specular highlight that you see coming in and out, that's what roughness does. So if we run it again, it's now no longer rough, it's now shiny. Which also shows us where our light is. If there were more lights, they would also be acting the same way. You'd see them around. And we get to set a color. Let's see if we can make it illuminate everything with blinding glowing lights. It's going to be blinding red light. There. Does that in fact light up the scene? No. It's just brighter. And they're all going to look that way. But they're not actually lighting up the scene. This is just the illumination quantity of what that texture is doing. So we've just basically lost information. Color. Ooh, why are we not reacting now? Oh, I clicked on I instead or something. Illumination 0 makes it suck energy out of the world. That seems weird. So I becomes 0, 0. How about A? Oh, can we make them ghosts? That's going to be transparency. Does it work? No, it didn't do anything. Ah, but we do have a transparency setting. And we can set it to alpha. Oh, color mode, that's which triangles we draw. So this is where our color becomes relevant again. Ooh, I just overrid that. How about, can I undo that? Surface material override, mesh instance. So yep, so we can make spheres just out of Godot. We do not necessarily have to import additional things. By the way, stove is still going reasonably okay. I don't think we need this many radio segments, yikes. So mesh instance, no, but I'm going to want to look at the I was looking at textures before. Where'd that come from? Albedo texture. Okay, so there's that. It's a colorless wood pattern. Fine, fine. I keep losing where I was at. That's frustrating. And now I'm looking only at white wood, but if I re-click on this, I get to go back to mesh instance. So that seems legit. Let's try to make it be a color again, because we just lost all of that. See, if I run it now, I think what's going to happen is it's going to be featureless, or perhaps literally invisible. Yeah, I think that's what happened. We know they're invisible spheres now, so that's a problem. What do we got to do to make those come back? Is it in geometry instance? Material override. What about if I did this? Aha. Okay, so material override gave me something. What else can it do? Here's where I was doing that other stuff. So the transparency, the color override. I get to do this. Does this now give me visible spheres that are just not color-coded? Because I lost the color stuff. It does. And we stopped updating albedo, so it doesn't have highlights anymore. And it's still working like it's a sphere. So, material override. Can we do material overlay? Well, now that looks like a color. That said, now I've lost the other stuff. It said earlier stuff about material override. And, oh, no, I scrolled down here and then I get it. So, okay, so overlay can become empty. Ah, transparency. Is this what it takes to make it become semi-transparent? Let's find out. Yes. I don't know why I suddenly lost the image. But these are now semi-transparent. They're also getting stuck on stuff. So no transparency. I don't think it's casting shadows. Maybe it is. I didn't really see one. And then there was a variety of other stuff that could be fun to play with. We're basically figuring out, oh, is hemisphere? What's that about? So mesh instance, mesh, material. Can we load a material? No, that's not the correct thing to be doing. For what it's worth, we have this mesh. Can we make it a more primitive looking mesh? This is apparently the way we make a mesh. It's still going to move the same way, but now it looks like a goofy thing. It's rolling based on the sphere collider, so that geometry means nothing. I'm also deeply frustrated that I can't mouse look, but we seem stuck with that. So yeah, that's what that small degree of thing looks like. So radial segments and rings. 4 vertical rings, 4 radial segments. That's how this sphere is made. It's not like an isosphere. This is not a very smart sphere. It's just it's just a sphere. There were a lot of polys in that before. So radial segments and rings. So that is now more of a reduced sphere. They do not seem to have any bounce. You'd think that it would fall and bounce, but no. It instantly stops as soon as it hits the surface. But you can punt it over that direction. So yeah, this is not the best way to make a sphere, but this is apparently what Godot has as an internal property. And we never did get to color it, so let's find out whether we can find the place that one colors it. I don't get to do anything more with this mesh, so what I could do is... Ooh, too many radial sections. How about we drop it to a more normal number? There we go. Now that looks very sphere-like, but it is still pretty simple. Resource, local to scene. That part's fine. We do not have a skeleton. Oh, we can reset it to interesting. Skeleton 3D is just it. This was not changing any of its behaviors though. Geometry instance. We have something here. We have a material override, and in fact that became transparency. This is a way of doing effects and things. We could do textures and stuff that way. We get to pick some rendering things. For instance, diffuse mode gets to be Lambert. Burley, ooh. Okay, let's see what Toon has to offer. This is toon shading. Not much. That doesn't look very interesting or different, but that might be what I end up wanting for the final result, because I'm probably going to want the textures on the spheres that I create to be rendered using something that's less realistic and more like, hey, it's a cool luminous thing. Now here, vertex color used as albedo is as, I don't think we have vertex colors. Albedo, okay. This is probably part of how we change the color of the thing. So a medium gray is roughly the texture that we want, and then we can tint it. There. Now this got back one of the things that it had from the start. Albedo, that's relevant. Metallic and specular. Specular is where the light source is coming from. Metallic makes the light source take on the color of the surface. That's what metallic means. So if it's metallic 1 and specular 1, we've got a very bright light on there, and it's entirely the color of whatever we've got. Then you take roughness, and now we've got like a glimmering, luminous, metallic sphere thingy. Oh, and look, that is what we're colored with as well. So we've got a fully rendered metallic surface thing going on here, and it also applies to the capsule. It also applies to the player. And the way the rendering works is if you have a metallic surface, the highlight is going to be, the exact highlight could maybe be white like this, but around the highlight you've got the color of the surface. So we could make these be gold things, in fact. That could be amusing. Surface material override. Geometry material override. I believe if I click on this, I get to fool with the color again. He says ambitiously, and nope, but shading, there we go. Okay, so specular model. Well, we'll make that be tune as well. Per pixel shading. Nah, per vertex. Probably runs faster. Not as many vertexes. Now our problem here is that we do not have a visible result. So albedo, that's where the color came from. Oh, and now it looks like we have a visible result again. Metallic 0 to metallic 1 changes the look of things entirely. Metallic is typically not an intermediate value. It's either going to be 0 or it's going to be 1 because it's a fundamental change in how the color of the thing works. Specular seems to be black if specular isn't engaged. And again, roughness, and then we can play with the color. Tell it's like a nice rose gold color. And the whole thing should be lighter in color, I think. And now, if we run it, it's not really a good version of a gold color, is it? And partly that's because that's the tune shading and the tune highlighting. So I did want to see what that was, so that's cool. We've basically ruined it. We've made it look terrible. So down to where I had made those other changes, it's hard to find them in these menus. I guess eventually you learn it. Transparency, no. Shading, there we go. So is that under transparency? No, it's right there. So per pixel, and then it defaulted to Burley and Schlick GGX. So if I ramp up specular a lot and then lower roughness, we get more like what looks like a metallic surface. Then, can I zoom in on this? Yes, please, thank you. That's more what I was looking to do. Now we can maybe look at what it changes in some of these other things, like per pixel, per vertex. There are not enough vertexes for this to be good. That was what hurt it before, I think. Per pixel works much better. Specular mod. Okay, what's a toon specular mod look like? Not good. In fact, I don't see one. Oh, okay, now I see one. That's interesting. So this is a toon specular in motion. Fascinating. I'm not sure what that's supposed to look like. It does not look like anything realistic, but then if it's toon, it wouldn't be. And our color seems to be completely and totally off, too. And we've changed the color of the entire game. That is completely puzzling. Add mouse look. Chad, you're also fooling around with stuff and trying to figure out how to make this work. Let's put specular back. See whether it returned to... Nope, that did not actually change the appearance of things at all. We're basically just playing with visuals here. And let's see. Lambert, I see no change. Well, diffuse made that look interesting, but not in a way that was good. Let's return to albedo and try to figure out why this struggles so much. Maybe it needs eye. We can but try. And we keep seeing no change, but that may be because I'm not hitting save. Let's try that. No, it wasn't because I'm not hitting save. Yeah, I am most definitely going to try something other than... most definitely is putting things strongly. Okay, so metallic obliterates the ambient look, and there's nothing but reflection, but we don't really have anything going on with that. So, tiny bit of metallic. Oh, and we keep having roughness be... Look at the interesting way that works. If roughness is literally 0, then we have a sort of an isotropic lighting thing. But if roughness is very small, see, it zooms in and then it zooms out. Some of that may very well be more about the appearance of the lighting and less about, see, roughness and metallic at the same time. If it is utterly and perfectly smooth, you don't even get a reflection. Then you can start to get the highlight, and then it becomes larger and larger as it goes. So many people making games struggle with this kind of stuff in that they can't set up these things correctly, and their games just end up looking completely surreal and weird. Speaking of surreal and weird, my fire's gone out. And I keep getting this unpleasant red color, and I don't know what caused that to happen. But it's affecting everything. Emission. It emits light. Well, what happens if I simply turn that on? Nothing. See, I have some idea as to what that is, but it's not actually going to help. Do we have a normal map? Can I use the existing map as a normal map? Let's use, oh nice, okay, so I can use Whitewood PNG as a normal map, at which point it goes crazy. But we can scale it differently. Or we can scale it as literally 0, technically -0. Band normal map? No. Rim lighting, clear coat, anisotropy. This is a bunch of stuff for the shader. What do we get now that we have bent normal map? Yeah. Not much. We've lost all of the texture. Also, I never can figure out why it switches back to the main window, although it's not really hurting because like we're nowhere with any of this stuff. More coffee and more fire. I am absolutely going to load up a different example, having ruined this one. But it's all in good fun, and it's to find out what happens when we do various things. There we go. There we go. Okay, I am fed up with this demo. We're going to play with another demo. We're going to ruin all these demos, and I can simply re-download the zip if I badly want to change it. Here is a possible, well, physics-based tile map. No wonder I wasn't able to find colliders very well. Woof. Oh, and that's a 2D, so that's not great. 3D things, that's more interesting. 3D inverse kinematics, that's very complicated. Kinematic character, well, we tried that one and it was a nightmare and a disaster. Material testers. 3D navigation, well, that might include stuff moving around in a way where there's... Godot, you always attempt to open the window the size of the whole screen. Can I ever tell you to open it in the size I need? No? Oh, that's sad. Okay, so if we run this, what do we get? 3D navigation. Can we interact with it? Sure can. So what we've got here is a bunch of things in 3D space. And if we click on them, or indeed anywhere, apparently, I think it'll interpret everything as either on that or finding a place on that somewhere. And up we go halfway. So that's like, this is some of the things I need to do. Robot base. And robot base has this. I think this is going to be a simpler form of camera. The challenge here is I believe I could put camera on the robot, but then I can't click on anything. Or at least we can but find out. This is probably simply going to crash. Cannot call method project ray origin on a null value. Yeah, because now mouse cursor position doesn't make any sense. So get closest point on nav mesh. So that part worked. Yeah, it would be lovely if something had mouse look. You'd think that that would be one of the first things people would try to do. You would think that, and you would be wrong. Camera back on camera base. Now do we work? Sure do. So it apparently needs this camera in order to navigate. And it is not navigating with like a star or whatever, but it's like finding its way around these polygons in such a way that it'll go to the spot, or at least it goes up to the spot, seems to stop ahead of time. But it is capable of sort of cutting the corners there. I believe what a star does, also it seems to be hovering in the air. What a star does is it'll track through the center of polygons, whereas what this is doing is pretty much drawing a little line around the very closest edge that it can do. So yeah, interesting, but not as thrilling as I would have hoped. Some of this is going to be me simply trying to make sense of the things I see here. And again, up here I've got the one that I would like to make into a 3D asteroidy kind of thing, or something along those lines. I've got many ideas in place as far as being able to instantiate objects or cards and have them positioned in space. Oh, voxel game? That is not what I'm looking to do, but we sure do have a lot of things here, don't we? Audio effects. I've already done this. You remember I've done this, yeah? And sure, why not go ahead and open it? Audio effects are the effect sounds of these guys. And if I exit the top of the screen fast enough, it'll kick on a breakbeat. Let's see if I can make that happen. Got there. So now we have a breakbeat happening. What the breakbeat also means is if I hit spacebar, it'll make another one of those ping pong balls. Now imagine this but in 3D space. And it's also trying to synchronize the sounds of things. We have a big subsonic thump. And it's making that breakbeat out of just sort of amen break stuff, but it is organizing it in a particular way, where it's like randomizing in an interesting way. And I can hit quit and get back to that. So I did that, but that is the 2D. That is, I think, available. I think you can download it. And what I'm really going to be doing is looking for a 3D space. Weird to me. Deeply weird to me that, I mean, is it supposed to be that super hard that you can't do it? I would have thought that would be one of the most normal things. I guess I am mistaken. Also, bear with me while I make this try to open. I've scrolled it off the side of the screen, and now I've got a beach ball. It's not loading correctly. I don't know if it's something I've done to it, or you can't even, well, you can see the beach ball now. See, that window seems to be kaput. So tell you what, let me force quit it and I'll try to open it again. Maybe this time not moving it around. See, it quit. It was not happy. I believe Chad is looking stuff up that could conceivably help. Well, this is only the Godot project manager, so this is not actually the program, and I believe it's taking the settings from inside all of this. So yeah, material testers. Sphere-like objects with complex materials, showcasing Godot's rendering capabilities. It's a fancy demo. Maybe that's why it was crashing. So now I've got it loading editor layout, and there's that beach ball again. I think it's having a problem. I don't think this can be loaded. That seems unfortunate. It ain't budging. I'm going to quit it again. Avoid that one. That one's no bueno. Let's find other ones. Let me scroll all the way to the bottom of here. What have we got? Oh, and this actually works. This is that arrangement thing which turned into a music-oriented thing. I do not believe OpenXR is what I'm interested in. I guess it must have been. GUI in 3D, that's interesting. That's one of the things I would like to see happening. Let's see what happens when we do this. We have the classic infinite-sized screen, which we're going to shrink down until it is smaller, and then expand back up again. Every time. Got to move it around like that every time. So here we have some boxes and a camera, and subviewport is rendered on quad. GUI panel 3D. So this is basically being able to draw stuff on this thing. And in the background, that's just stuff. We've got some lights. We've got a camera. I don't know if we get to move it. Oh, no, we do have a camera move script, don't we? That looks to be just a playable thing, not a controllable thing. Let's see what it does when we run it. Okay. Camera is just being moved on a script, but then we can activate these things or select things here. See, that seems neat. Or adjust the slider to the extent that we can touch it. Yeah, so everybody's immediately thinking, oh my God, plugins in 3D space, because they're sliders. It just makes them more cumbersome. And then you can enter text here, and I believe it's still... No, it just switched out. That's what it did. And if I travel far enough away from, I'm moving the cursor far enough away from here or into certain areas, that will switch away from this. So what does that, I wonder? How about if I go right off the screen? No? Okay, now that I want to do it, it's not doing it. But I can click anywhere else and it switches away from the game window. Okay, so that's neat, and that's nothing I need to deal with right now. Camera was not controllable. We are still not in the first-person character part. Let's load up the 3D Dodge the Creeps and see if we can make that do anything. I'm sure it was there somewhere. Have I played with this one before? Is it the same one that I had before? Ah, there's the Squash the Creeps. So the question is, oh, I remembered. I have opened this before. I resized it. So we can do this, but can we place a camera on the guy? After all, it's not using... It's keyboard only. So in theory, it shouldn't care about anything else. So in theory, I could put a camera on that dude. It would be unplayable. Oh, look, we can... Oh, I'm gaming up a storm. Okay, that's enough with you. So, why do we have a camera pivot? That doesn't make any sense at all. What if we parent the pivot to the guy? It's still going to be far off, but is it now going to move with the... Nice, okay. Oh, now it's crashed. I hit space and it just switched away from the screen. I don't like that. Also note that it is not actually... It's acting all kinds of weird. But that's because it's snapping the camera to the position, which is hard left, right, up or down. So we're just redesigning the whole thing. It's just a reimagining of what the position is supposed to be like. But this is actually what it was meant to do. So we've successfully made camera pivot attached to player, and we are following player's orientation. Our motions, on the other hand, leave something to be desired. But we are hitting a collision shape, and so marker 3D. Do we need a marker 3D? What if camera is just parented to this guy? What direction is it even pointing if it's not a marker 3D? Oh, it just freaking quit again. I don't know why it does this. Why does it do this? It switches out of the gameplay and just shows me what I don't want to see, and I don't understand. But I may not understand, but I bet you I can do something. Look at this. We have a orthographic camera. Look at this. See that box there? I am almost certain that means we have an orthographic camera rather than an actual 3D camera, and this can be changed. Let's see about changing how this camera works. See, Doppler tracking, Projection orthogonal. Frustrum would be this. I do not know what frustrum actually is going to mean in this context. I suppose we could look at it and find out. Oh no. Okay, so that's no bueno. I should find out what the heck frustrum even is supposed to mean. Okay, so if we rerun it. Oh no. Okay, so that is some kind of special purpose that I do not wish to encounter anymore. What does current mean? The ancestor viewpoint is currently using this camera. Okay, so you can switch between cameras. That's cool. Perspective. We can position it around like this. Where even is that camera, though? Okay. Camera is pretty much constantly retaining the same size. And I don't feel like I can see its little... It's going to have a little shape that it shows. And... set current, sure, that's fine. Field of view should be showing me something here, but it's not doing a very good job of it, is it? Like field of view should be showing me something. What do we get when we do this? Oh, I'm in the guy's face. So we're getting closer. We're getting closer. Trouble is, we are angled incorrectly. And that's because rotation so if it's a rotation like this, what's top level mean? Oh, it doesn't inherit transformations from its parent, but we do want it to. Dudes are getting me very easily here. But we have placed the camera inside the dude, so there is at least that. What if I have a way wider field of view? That's going to be hilarious. That's not what I thought it was going to do. I broke it. Okay, how about less wide and a little higher, a little farther back? We can at least see our guy. So the problem here is that our position, we don't have WASD here. Instead, we're just snapping to positions, and now it's refused to show me anything, so. So that's a distressingly wide field of view. How about straight up doom? We get to watch that guy go off into the distance, and then we die. Bit by bit, we progress. We've got a camera on our actual dude. We don't have anything like physics going on, but we also have a collision shape. I don't know what the cylinders are about. I believe they are just objects. See, they're more mesh instances. If we go to those, the mesh instance is one of our Godot defaults. So these are also in the world. Ground gets to be in the world. You can't actually see it, but it does exist. On the other hand, if we delete that, what's our gravity actually work like? We fall into infinite space, that's what. Cool. Well, nothing can get us now. Everything's falling into infinite space. And if mesh instance is invisible... Oh no, we're still falling, aren't we? Mesh instance was not invisible, it was not present. Similarly, if we make collision shape be invisible, it's actually going to... Okay, so this is all very weird and goofy. I wonder if our player script can act a little bit differently, because this is going to be a very primitive... Yeah. Direction x plus equals 1 minus equals 1, or so on, and then we're going to normalize it. So... we're going to make this move and steer in a more reasonable way. This turns out to be a pretty good one to be playing with just to see what happens. Here's our player script. So you make your player is a, what's this guy? Character body 3D. So we can make stuff out of a character body 3D. In fact, it also has, do we have anything in here? Player scene. So it's another scene and it has this stuff inside it, and that's how we organize these things. So I will be making a character body 3D and putting these various things in here. Here's one. There's a collision shape. I bet it's not a... Oh, no, it is a sphere. But it doesn't have physics in the normal way. Also, we've got some collision shapes, which are showing us, and animations player is how it's doing this thing. Pivot is a 3D pivot. Character is presumably the graphic. Well, actually, it's just a node 3D, isn't it? Player GLB. I bet that's just that little object. I don't know why we have to have an object like that. We're able to make just spheres and stuff. And then here we are going back to player GD. The Godot GD script. Pivot is where you want to add your what? I've actually added the camera 3D elsewhere. Oh, neat, this updated as I switched it. Cool. I stuck the camera pivot on the outside of the player script. So we presumably don't need the camera pivot. Can we instantiate a new camera inside player? Let's find out. So it's not going to run now. I stand corrected. It ran, but we don't see anything. That's actually kind of cool. That means that that's a very default camera thing. So let's see whether maybe that is actually correct. Add child node. Camera 3D. What's an XR camera? Oh, it's a helper node. Okay, so that is more like visuals for us. We did not add that on character. In fact, I bet you anything, like collision shape, that's just a sphere shape. I bet you that's just the picture of our guy. That's just the picture of our guy. And animation is moving that around. And camera 3D, can we go back to the 3D space and see if it's visible? Oh, hey, looks like it is. We're going to come in after this guy. This is what I was expecting to see, this little pyramid-looking thing. That's our field of view. Now that we've got one of these, field of view, we will set current to on. Now can we see anything? It just flashed out. Okay, interesting. It's not following that motion, probably because it's not part of pivot. It's actually desirable, but let's see if we can make it follow the pivot. Now does it bob when it moves? No, we can't tell. No. What if we parent it to character? Now does it bob when it moves? Yes. Cool. Back to being parented to player. I wonder if I can get rid of this. Well, no matter. Back to the script. So here is where we get to move around. Here is the physics loop. We're not retaining direction, and it would need to retain direction so this is the mechanism by which it is bipping around the way that it is. Every single frame we're just starting from 0. To change that, we need to make it be a continuous thing. So I don't know whether I need to export the new variable, but let's find out if we do or not. Now that's going to make it be a vector 3 for starters. But now we're not restarting it every single time. It's being normalized. And that stuff's probably velocity. This is a physics engine thing. This is an artificial thing. So now, let's see. Now what do we got? It can't just keep on screen, can it? Ah, but I saw something promising. See, now we are snapping. See, that was no longer normalized and only able to be one of the corners. It was able to pivot a little bit. However, we are not using WASD in a normal way. Hey, Grins. So in order to we do not simply want directions X and Z to be moved as if it was a 2D thing. What we want is to be able to go forwards with W, whatever direction that happens to be. Forward with W. Back would be S, so we need to rotate somehow. That stuff's basically fine. So essentially what I'm doing is trying to roll a simple first-person view from scratch from something that was a third person. So basically this gets into trig. This gets into sine and cosine, I believe. Let's see what happens with that. What kind of options do I have for direction? Der angle. No, it just struggled to find anything useful. It had a more relevant thing in here before. It lost it. Or maybe I need to scroll all the way up. Hey, check it out. It does Bezier. Woot. So normalized, there's the thing. Here's the thing, sine angle 2. But what do we got here? Is it really not going to give me hints as to what it's on about? Vector 3. Okay, but what I'm looking for is forwards or backwards and an angle. To that axis this. So that's not actually what I'm looking for. Maybe I can do something better with this velocity. So this is the stuff I would need to be doing to turn it into a first person where I could rotate it and move in the direction of rotation. I've had stuff like this before. In fact, I have stuff like this in the Unity version of Counterpart. Ooh, and that is now giving me gibberish results, because I have tried to select angle 2, but now it's showing me all manner of stuff about animation players, and that's not helpful. I was rather hoping it would show me something useful. But no, apparently not. Maybe I'm wasting my time with this demo. Got a little farther than before, I'll say that. Got a little farther than before. Unfortunately, not far enough. We can at least have that. I've defined their angle, but it's not really giving me much to work with here. Angle would be a Euler or Euler angle rather than a quaternion. We're definitely not dealing directly with quaternions in this nonsense because that would be horrifying. Which still seems to be hanging in there. Let's bail out of here and do something else. That at least got farther than the last one. Or we could even try to instantiate something in the new counterpart. Can we make anything appear on the screen? I know I made one of these and it didn't do anything. Of course, how would it? I don't have a camera. I don't think this showed up anywhere either. The stuff I've been looking at. Subviewport, also nope. So here we are in a blank empty space. This would be the scene. We can probably make this sort of like a world inside your head. The entire universe exists inside the player. And just other stuff appears or disappears as it sees fit. It's not necessarily how to do it, but it's a possibility. So there's our node 3D scene. But then we could also make another scene, like for instance, 3D player scene. And now we have player. Player is not necessarily in anything, but it's a separate scene. So we could presumably bring player into the root node. I think that's what we just did. Did we? No. Well, now hang on though. What if we shouldn't be that type? What if we should be the player type? No, not an audio stream player. Character, that's what they called him. Yeah, maybe it should be a character body 3D. For character bodies moved by scripts. Ooh, well, it is affected by physics though. See what this says here? Let me see if I can scroll it. Nope. Tiny window at the bottom that is obscured. So, yeah, that is obscured, that you cannot read this properly. But this is what a character body is. We're not actually going to have wall and slope detection for this one because this is a space game. So highly configurable physics bodies that must move and stuff. I do need collision detection, but this is like designed to be. Now what if physics body 3D? Okay, physics bodies inherit from it. Don't rescale it. Hang on. Okay, so maybe we don't want, maybe you don't use physics body directly, but a rigid body, that's more likely to be something that can be part of the physics engine. And you run it by moving it around using various things. Ooh, vehicle body. Car. Okay, so it's a car. It needs to have these various other pieces to do it. See, the thing with this kind of stuff is they've got something, but it might be as pathetic as that 3D platformer where it really super didn't work. But if you were going to make something like that, you'd have to take different choices, and it's maybe making you have certain choices. Static body. What do we got here? It can't be moved by external forces. That's actually not correct. I need to have, I think, and then character body. See, I feel like if you were in this 3D game, maybe you should be moved by other physics bodies, because otherwise you become a infinite mass Superman moving about and bouncing things off of you as if they were nothing. And I could see a relevance to that, yet all the same, I'm a little concerned for some of the implications of it. Also, it seems to be very akin to wall and slope detection. And there's not going to be walls and slopes here, because there's not going to be gravity here. I think we go with rigid body 3D. That means we have mass, we have gravity, unless we don't. Oh, negative gravity, thank you, no. Gravity 0. And then what else we're going to make? We're going to call them bot. And everything gets to be a scene, because apparently that's how all this works. These are the guys of which we instantiate lots of them, but we instantiate them by sort of adding them at various places. These are also going to be the guys that have like 26 mirages off in the distance at a certain distance, so that everything moves around within a physical box that's invisible. And if you go off the edge of the box, you repair the other edge of it. So it's infinite 3D space relative to this stuff, because everything actually in the box basically gets wrapped around. It'll work kind of like the old Asteroids game in 2D, except for in 3D. And since you are looking past the limits of the universe that way, it's going to have the like distance dots out there. I'm losing track of chat, but that's fine. But, and you know what? You also get to turn into a rigid body 3D. So pretty much just like player. Oh, are we in alphabetical order only? Is that what that works? I guess that's how that works. We are only available in alphabetical order. And this is sort of the outside world. So now we start instantiating other things in both of these. We've already got a rigid body 3D, so we have kind of like an identity. This is also our physics engine. Gravity scale for all of these things gets to be 0. Hey, Calbless, playing with Godot today. I did a little programming earlier. It's not a very big concern. Center of mass, auto. Interesting. Solver, how about no? Can sleep. I don't know whether that's going to be a thing. Axis lock. If not for this, it will spin and it will act like a pool ball or any other kind of ball and impart additional energy based on how it's rotating. Node 3 transform. Nothing going on here. Ooh, Euler. Rotation edit mode. I guess we're going to use Euler. Quaternion is what it's going to be doing underneath the hood. Maybe it's presenting me with a way of interacting with it as if it were Euler angles. Ooh, and what are we? No shape. Cool. We're going to be adding collision shapes and things. Let's do that. Add child node. Indeed, a collision shape, which will be a sphere. Ta-da. Transform. It's a 1-to-1-to-1 scale. Cool. Let's also add something to C. Mesh. Now, interestingly, we could use multi-mesh for the bot, but that would be a little messy. It's instancing. High number of instances for an individual mesh. That might be a little advanced for me today. And constructive solid geometry, which is what CSG means, I will not be needing to do this. But we can make a mesh. And we can instantiate the mesh and call it a sphere mesh. Any number of things that we could do. Oh, array mesh. Okay, that means you just give it your triangles and go from there. Ooh, look, placeholder. What's an immediate mesh, precious? We don't have any. I honestly don't know what that would even mean, so maybe we'll ignore it. Sphere mesh. Yay, you can even see it. But you can't because I do not have a camera anywhere in the scene. Oh, another resource is loaded from res player scene possible cyclic resource inclusion. I do not know what that means. Fancy that. Maybe we add the camera to this, just for the moment. Camera 3D, not an XR, just a regular one. We pull that back, and it's the current camera, so we'll turn that on. And then can we instantiate player or drag player into this window? No? Can we do it from there? No? No, it's just putting it in the scene. Instantiate child scene. Okay. Haha. Haha, haha, haha. So I've instantiated one of player. It's a scene. It's here. It's at 0, 0. I've moved the camera back. Maybe we'll actually see this guy if we run it. Let's find out. That's a big no. I see nothing. And node 3D would be the root scene, if I'm not mistaken. Oh, hang on, we've got a problem here. I see player, but player was originally instantiated on top of camera. If player is instead in front of camera like this, do we now see a circle or do we not see anything? Because see, There's the camera. That's the direction it's pointing. And yet, we do not know. There's no lighting. Maybe we need lighting. Hulk smash. Yeah. Ah! We see something. It's not very good, but we see something. Neat. It's a start. That's basically from scratch, so that's kind of fun. Node 3D. Okay, so here's our environment. We instantiated player. We're not able to do anything with it yet, but add child node. What else have we got? Environment. World environment. What do we got? Environment for the scene. Set on the current camera 3D, so I've got it in the wrong place. Ooh, no, I can make an environment node on the current camera 3D, but I'm not being shown that as a node, so what the hell? Here's camera. New environment. What can we make here? Ah, background, ambient light. Fine, fine. Clear color. Sky, canvas, keep, canvas feed. Okay, here's sky. All right, new sky. Now what does this do? Camera field of view. Click on that. And sky material. Panorama, procedural, or physical. Also, I do not know whether I have moved my resources into this folder, so that might be a bit of a drag. Procedural, that means you get to generate it. Use debanding. Energy multiplier. Explode in brightness or be in darkness. Fine. And then here's the rest of the... Okay, we've got two colors. This is at least going to show something, so there's that. Ground, okay, we've got colors for that. Sun, there's going to be a position for that. If we run this now, we will see more than just darkness. Now we see our object and we see what's supposed to be kind of like a sky, but we don't want a sky for this, so it's going to be something else. I'm going to go and find the Godot projects. And counterpart, and around here somewhere, I don't know where, I had this counterpart master, which if I set it down there and open it, we can start moving assets into the Godot folder. Specifically, no terrains, I don't think scenes, but resources is going to have some of our stuff. For instance, these are actually isospheres of various levels of detail. And we've got a font. And we've got sounds and noises and things. But this is key, texture. Also, we've got occasional other things, like, for instance, bit screen shades looks like a dark shadow, but it's a something. That is not autoplaying, but that's the groove that we had in there. That's not actually hard to get going. Cyber particle, these are our little zaps that we were firing off. See, it's a sparkly looking little thing. I think I might have had it flickering and zipping around, but or randomly positioned maybe. Fair. Well, let's keep derping around with it then. So I can create spheres in Godot, so I don't need to get anything out of these. These are levels of detail. And they're Unity assets, but this is geometry. fact, I'm not entirely sure. This is a 4K, so if I open this with BBEdit, I'll open it as a text file. So this is what the inside of a Unity edit asset looks like. And it's just a bunch of vertexes, submeshes. I could go searching for this somewhere, but there's not much to it. This is just baked into the Unity style already. However, let's go into texture and let's go to kind and get rid of the useless meta stuff because this is Unity language. We can open this also in TextEdit or BBEdit, and that's just Unity language. It's just saying a bunch of stuff. Godot will not know what any of this is. A lot of it is like not relevant to what we're doing, and this is just all Unity. So all of these meta files just straight up go away before we even scan them. We just delete them. Boop. Down they go. And then we're going to drag this into file system. And it's not happy. Why is it not happy? Source and destination path are equal. Well, I'm able to find them, so it was okay, I guess. I don't know why source and destination path are equal would be a problem. Gear. I don't think I even looked at that one, but that's a cute little one. Here's our Ferrari yellow. And so at this stage, what we could do is, this is not what we're going to be doing in final analysis, but rigid body physics material, don't need a physics material. This is not actually a rendering. This is not actually a visualization of any kind. We got to go to player, mesh instance, and then we can probably find a place to drag one of these in. So let's see, radius, height, radial segment, and rings. I'm going to have to look up what that does. Also, my fire's going out again. Give me a second. Gotta keep that fire burning when it's the winter. It would be terrible if it got to tacos time and then it wasn't warm in here. It'd be like, oh no, freezing cold tacos. That doesn't make any sense. Who could bear freezing cold tacos? That's just not going to happen. And it's not, because I'm going to make a fire. By the way, do you like the reverb on this mic? That's because it is a room mic. It is a electret mic tucked into the corner. And that's why it sounds the way it does. It's basically an ultimate Uber PCM. Because you can get additional clarity from a PCM in the horizontal corner, but then if you go all the way into the corner of a box, that's even more PCM-y. And let's roll. I am constantly oofing and grunting as I get up or sit down. Old man behaviors. Well, let's see how much I can make happen with this old man behavior of playing with Godot. We're looking at a mesh instance. There's going to be something in here somewhere. I do not believe we need a skeleton. Oh. Or do we? Skin? I don't think this is how this works, but maybe I'm mistaken. Surface material override. I don't know if that's what I need either. I'm going in and finding where you draw a texture, and I'm going to drag a texture in there. Ooh, okay, how about this? Material. Material. Standard material 3D. Physically based rendering of material to be used on 3D objects. Okay. albedo. Albedo is the color. This is where we can put a texture in. Let's load one from here. Colored chalk. Hey, hey. Now what do we got? Ta-da! So you can texture a sphere with a simple 3D texture, but it does not look the way that the game did when I ran it before. And that is because there's some choices to be made around this. Let's not skip that. Well, there's a picture of it. It is made mipmaps. I do not want mipmaps. I wonder if I see the mipmaps in the file. Okay, there's all the import. There's the PNGs. X many bytes. So I'd like to ask this not to make mipmaps if it would be all the same to it. What's the import file look like? Open and BB edit. Ta-da. Source and dest files are the same. I think not, but okay. Compress mode, high quality, lossy quality. No, I don't want lossy. This is already a tiny texture. I don't need it. Generate false mipmaps. Interesting. Channel remap. I don't think it has an alpha. Okay, so I don't feel that stuff is useful. I was never supposed to be reading it directly, but you're not going to be able to stop me from reading stuff like that directly. It's just, I'm going to go and dig into whatever I can find. Resource, local to scene, path, and name. So here are some things that I can do with it in the terms of being the material. So transparency, disable, that seems legit. That sounds fine to me. Cull mode. Oh, check this out. I can make it an inside-out sphere. You can't really see very well there, but now we're looking at the inside of it rather than the outside of it. So that's kind of neat looking. That's not what I meant to do with it, mind you, but that's the thing that we can do. Oh, cull mode disabled. Now it's rendering both sides of that, and so alpha transparency. I don't think it has alpha in this. I think it, well, if you're looking from underneath, you see the outside. If you're looking from the top, you see the inside. That's apparently what this alpha transparency is able to do. So fine, but let's not worry about that right now. Disabled, thank you. Blend mode. Add means it's adding a glow onto everything else in the scene. We're not using this, but we could use it for the zaps. Those are legit. Also, if you cull, that means that the blend mode is only doing the outside surface of it, whereas if it is not culling, then it's using both of all of the surfaces of the sphere, whether they're positive or negative. Multiply, that's going to make it more black. Mix looks to be in normal blend mode. Pre-multiplied alpha, that's going to be for transparencies. That's going to be for stuff where there's transparent areas and like a card. In fact, the zap graphic could very well be using pre-multiplied alpha. quite curious as to whether I can make a zap graphic that's always facing the camera. So that's another thing that's worth doing. That said, we can continue with some of these things, like, for instance, you get to have a collision shape. It's going to be a default sphere. And you're going to have a mesh. And we're going to make that also be a sphere. They're far too high res, but that's fine. And now we go in search of what we did for the previous one. Let's see, what did we do for the previous one? It's not going to be the node transform, it was something else. Where were we at? We were in Mesh Instance 3D, and we made a material. So we need to look for material. So that's all well and good. Ah, there we go. Here's material. Let's call it standard material. Well, do we have a better ORM tech? I don't know what that is. A shader material. I'd have to write a shader for that. Not like I haven't done stuff like that before, but I don't think that's actually going to work. So we're going to do a standard material. Then we're going to open that up and go to albedo and grab a different texture. What would be cool? This is a cool looking texture. Weirdly, the scaling of it seems odd, and I'm not sure quite what to do about that. Next pass. What does next pass even mean? Okay, standard materials, and it's an additional thing that you can do to it. I'm really not happy with the way these are being rendered. Some of this needs to be done over. Which material is this then? Resource. I'm going to end up needing to load these programmatically. But what I'm currently trying to do is figure out what the name was of this. There's bound to be a place to find where it was. Oh, here it is. Or is it? What is the name of you? I don't seem to be able to click on this. Look, 10K. It's a tiny little thing. Don't get to see it from there. I do get to see it from here. Load path. Ah, okay. Actually, no, I stand corrected. This is not what I thought it was at all. What do we got? So some of what it is saying is texture mold PNG, which is the one that I loaded onto bot. Texture detected is used in 3D, enabling mip-map generation and setting the texture compression mode to VRAM compressed. Probably why it's so small. I am not entirely satisfied with how all of this stuff looks. Particular, it looks weirdly transparent, which I bet I did on purpose. I think I made it be that. It says to be transparency disabled. Okay, here's some of our stuff. Here's where we get to fool with some of these things. We still can't move around or look at all. So I would not mind going back to here and instantiating something else, like for instance bot. It has no shape. Okay, add a collision shape. Sounds like a plan. Let's do that. Yes, it does. What is your damage that you do not think it has a collision shape? Custom solver bias set to 0. Okay, fine. Margin not used in Godot physics. Okay, fine. I'll ignore it then. So that really should have... Did I fail to save it? Is that what happened? Okay, I saved it. Now it's fine. However, this needs to be in a different place. And I really need to work out these image loads. But now we can see two of these guys. It just, you'll note it doesn't look anywhere near as good as it did in the Unity game, and that's because this is default. This is default texture placement. So time to investigate what's going on with this stuff. Let's go into here. These are signals I can get out of all of this. History, bleh, don't care, not interested. I keep feeling like I should be able to get some of this stuff here. Oh, shading unshaded. Okay, unshaded does give me a very direct appearance. Diffuse mode, well, we'll assume burly. I don't believe any of this happens if it's unshaded. Shading takes place per pixel per vertex or unshaded. Per vertex is faster, but it looks terrible. Unshaded does not interact with lights. That's actually fine. I can have other objects that interact with these as if they are moving lights. They're the bots. They're meant to be like, remember on the Unity version, they were like these glowing cool looking things, unless they died, in which case they were just did. So we'll see what that looks like as well. I do not think so I do get specular disabled. How about these? Diffuse scattering, ignoring roughness. Okay, so Burley is slightly fancier than Lambert. Okay. Diffuse Lambert can be exaggerated. Diffuse tune draws a sharp line. That's what it does. I should have looked at that before. So I needn't worry about that. Do we have disabled available? No. That's fine. We're probably not using that. There's our albedo. What I would like to do is work out a couple of things, like, are you transparent or does it just seem like it? I think it just seems like it. How am I going to remove that slight blurriness? I don't think I even have any scripts. Whether they be C#, whether they be whatever, but I can make it have scripts. Hi. We're going to make a C# script just because I assume I'm going to want to have this be a C# based game. And now we launch. Yes, trust and open that. Thank you. Now we launched JetBrains Writer, and it's not going to help, for heaven's sake. It's advertising thing. Stop that. I don't care. I don't want to know. So we can do stuff when the node enters the screen tree for the first time. That's going to happen when we show up. And yeah, I'm basically trying to find. Boy, look at it go. It's busy doing something. I don't know what. Back here. Build the C# project A. Okay. How do I do that? That's how. Oh no, that's not how. I just clicked on the Godot version instead. Okay, that's going to be built. Very good. It's an empty project, so it's not going to do anything, but also let's move this so that it's kind of occupying all the space. Then I'll be less confused and clicking on wrong things. So I am wondering whether I need to go and find import settings. I don't know where I'm going to find import settings. I don't see it there. So mold was the name of one of these. Do I have import settings on this? Well, I can say re-import, but I don't think that's going to do anything other than just kind of be there. What else have we available? Not useful. Up here is a import. There we go. That's a little closer to what I had in mind. Now, can I do that with literally the whole folder? Ah, here we go. I'm wondering whether that's going to help or not. So HDR, don't need to care about that, I don't believe. Let's ignore the normal maps. I know these do not have a normal map. Do not generate maps. Do not generate roughness. These are just albedo. There's nothing else to them at all. So VRAM compressed means it'll take up a little bit less space at the expense of being a little bit. Mind you, I'm using these files as data. Does it show me anything useful? Here's the trade-off. So lossless would work. Slowest import. So this basically is trashing it. VRAM uncompressed, high memory usage. You could make an atlas out of all of these and it would be fine. These are not big. These are very small. Let's try VRAM uncompressed. I don't think it's going to visually change. Also, I'm not sure if I want them in VRAM. Doesn't that mean I'm not going to be able to, like, it'll be, yeah, high size on disk, fastest import. If I tell it simply lossless, I think it'll be able to turn graphics, but I also need to be able to open it and read it as a data file. I'm also going to need to look up channel pack. Okay. I don't think there's any of these that have no blue pixels. They're all just graphics. Generate. I believe that needs to be smaller. I don't know why it would say, oh, okay. So on doesn't do anything, fine. So we can turn, I beg your pardon, why are you generate and on? Huh. That's weird. Okay, generate off and off. Roughness. To the texture to consider as a normal map. I do not have a normal map. We are not using that. Roughness mode. I think we will enable that, but have it be disabled. That tells it that it's disabled. We're not remapping anything. Fix alpha B. Fix alpha border. Do not have alpha border. Pre-multiplied alpha. Do not have a alpha channel. That's not going to be a thing. Normal map. I do not have a normal map, so it shouldn't matter. HDR, blah, blah, blah. Size limit. Nope. No size limit, please. Yeah, see how you have like 16,000 pixels and these are only like 128? And detect 3D. Compress 2. Disabled. That's probably fine. Okay, now what else can we do with this? I do not have any options for how it interpolates, and that's a bit of a concern. It's doing better as far as that's concerned, but let's see if it visually changes. I would say that's maybe a little bit clearer to look at, but I don't think it visually changed anything. So I think that's going to be project settings instead, and that might change things a bit. So display, audio, physics, debug, compression, rendering, textures, texture filter, nearest. Default texture repeat. I don't think that's going to matter. What does it say here? Canvas items. That doesn't matter. VRAM compressions. Lossless force PNG. I already have PNGs. WebP, okay, maybe not. Default filters use nearest map. I'm not actually using maps. Isotropic filtering, we're not using that either. Bias for texture maps, I don't think we're using them. I don't think we're using any of that. So that's everything on the textures. Import as. Well, we're importing as texture 2D. What if we import it as texture 3D? Things became much simpler. Let's tell it not to have maps. Slices, what's that about? Useful. Slices, slices. Horizontal. No description available. No description available. Okay, so that has to do with maps. I bet you anything that has to do with maps. I don't, oh, here we go, re-import. all instances will be replaced. Let's see what this does. We've now changed some stuff in the settings as well. Ooh, it broke everything. Yay! Wow. That's a giant pile of nothing. Put it back to texture 2D, please. I wonder if texture 2D array is useful in any way. I bet not. Let's not. Let's re-import everything as this. Nope. We broke everything. Let's see if I can fix everything. Also, I have a problem which says Ceph server notifications. I'm going to say don't allow. You couldn't see that because that was off on the side of the screen. Why do some modern tracks let intersample peaks go beyond 0? Because they are addicted to brightness. And yeah, Vlado Meller, come on, go figure. Vlado Miller is, or at least at some time was, probably still is, addicted to distortion. All it cares about is making it sound loud. So yeah, something went terribly wrong here. Could it be project settings? Textures, default texture filter, nearest. Texture repeat. Well, is that going to be useful at all? Well, that's canvas items. Let's go back to some of these scene things and see if we can make it be something else. Ah, it went to empty texture. That's what happened. It busted the texture that was there. Now we get to see what is there when we reload it. And now it's apparently nothing. Weird. Now you can't show it. Can you load it? Yes, you can. It claims we have 7 bitmaps. I never asked for 7 bitmaps. Looking a little bit better than before, but not great. We're not supposed to be a blurry mess like this. What do we need to do to make that not be doing the thing? Ah, okay, sampling. There we go. Sampling will give us our clear details. Linear will give us a blurry mess. And the bitmaps aren't doing a damn thing at this time. Ooh, or maybe they are. It's a bit of a pity that I have to show all of this nonsense here. Sunlight. That's fine. View settings. Okay. Well, we are at least showing stuff on the screen, considering that I didn't end up getting any usefulness out of any of the examples. This is not so bad. I'm not moving them around yet, but all the same. Sampling. Okay, so now you have also lost your texture. I had code in the original version that did stuff as far as loading all of the files. That is a thing which I could do. However, here's where we're at. Mesh instance. Material. Albedo. This is the one that does not have a texture. Therefore, let's get one. And we were using mold. And then it also needs to be sampling. Nearest map. Now my concern here is this seems to use very little of the texture. Also, it does not look the way I wanted it, but then there's that's part of my challenge there. Texture force. Texture force what? What do we do with texture force? Force sRGB. Okay, let's not do that. Texture sign distance field rendering. Interesting. What does this do to this texture? Breaks it permanently and completely. Fair enough. Let's not. Shading unshaded. That gives me some of the lightness of the thing. And now if we go back to Node 3D, although I'm not entirely thrilled with what we've got here, we can at least see that it's drawing my guys, even if their luminosity is not what I would have wished. So that is a start. It is a start. I instantiated a couple of these guys, and I would probably like to also learn more about how to make them have simpler geometry at a distance. I would like the geometry to be stuck with relevant on the distance. And by that I mean all of these numbers need to be much smaller. Background. Let's do something more interesting with background. Keep. What the? I bet that's not a good idea. We can see what it does up here. I think keep gives you that sort of weird visual nonsense. Clear color. Ambient light. Maybe we don't have any ambient light. Reflected light. Maybe we don't have any reflected light. Tone map. Oh, okay, this is just how we're rendering things. So that might have its effect. We're seeing a little snippet up here of what it's trying to do with it all. Environment, compositor, new compositor. I do not think that's actually going to help me. Maybe that was a mistake. Empty. Doppler tracking. That's sound related, isn't it? Camera will simulate Doppler effect. Heard in audio stream players. Fine. Projection, perspective, or orthogonal, or frustum. Frustum, I think, is along the lines of like your 2001 Freakout section where it's just these walls of weird looking effects. At least that's what it looked like to me. Current camera. Yes, we are using this camera. And script, nope, not for the camera. So one of the things I was looking for was to figure out how this skybox got to be the way that it is, because this would be the method by which I would use to take like sub aqua skybox here and bring it into here. Also, what's trans UI? Oh, that's just some kind of, I'm not even sure what that is. It's too small to see. It's mostly transparent. This, on the other hand, is meant to be my skybox. And we've got a bunch of other visuals that I can bring in as well. However, I feel like I would like to have the texture and some of this other stuff to be, first of all, renamed. Why do I need it to be space 1? There we go. And we do not need meta because that's Unity talk. There, I need to make that skybox. Yeah, world environment is probably what I would be thinking of. I just don't think I found it yet. And what else? What else? What else? Well, we can bring in the font I used. We've got a bunch of sounds here as well, but I'm thinking more in terms of like defense screen and cyber particle being graphics I'm going to need. I talked about this in the previous day. Oh, the prefabs I don't need either. But here is a PNG file, and what on earth am I looking at? Oh, I know what this is. Bit screen shades. This is being drawn at the top of the screen for a sort of vertical line on which I'm drawing text over it. So that's basically just being drawn as additive, and there's a single white line there. I don't think I would do it the same way, but that's definitely what that's for. And then we've got these. These are OGG files. And so they get played at different times and for different purposes. We've got our little groove. This just loops forever. All the other stuff in there is busy doing other things, but the groove here is a little synthetic jam, and bits of it are changing kind of subtly, but not real aggressively. So it's just going to loop. It just does this. Minor changes in groove here and there, but mostly it doesn't do anything. And in Unity, I didn't actually have it playing anything either. Earthquakes. These are like rumbles and stuff. Play them at a very low pitch for the Guardian to run into the ground. And then these are the Guardian sound and Roblox death sound and stuff like that. So there's no reason not to bring this stuff in as well. Don't need the octahedron sphere because I'm going to be coming up with something else. And let's see, trans UI, what's this about? Oh, I bet this is my sites. This is drawn onto the interface so that you can see where you're zapping at if you send this apps. And this seems legit. Why not? You build it into the center of things. So let's see. I wonder how many of these things. I think everything that I see here I only just recently dragged in. So icon SGV, I have done that. I do not know what that actually was. If I open it, you can apparently open it in Affinity Photo. Okay. I don't think you can open SGVs in Preview. Fine. We'll run all the programs at once. And, oh, okay, icon is just the Godot icon. Fair. Not a problem. We're not using that for things. Goodbye, Affinity Photo. In fact, we can ditch those completely. Oh, it went and found them all. Nice. Okay, we've got all of that stuff in there now. Cool, cool, cool. And I'm going to want to look for Sub-Aqua Skybox. It's not actually a skybox yet. Alrighty. Environment node. It's actually managing to get quite warm in here now, but I probably should still keep the firewood going since it's going to get cold tonight. So, node 3D, camera 3D. Let's attach the environment to it. Add child node. Huh. Reflection probe captures its surroundings. Well, that's nice. I don't see sub-environments to look for. So we'll just create a world environment and call it a day. That does seem to have overridden the sky thing we were looking at before. Includes new environment. Background. Canvas. Resource. Okay, so that is an environment file that's been stuck in here somewhere. And sub-resources. Environment. What do we get out of that? Well, we don't have anything from here. There's bound to be a way of doing this. Nope, nope. No sub-resources found. Tone map. No, that's camera stuff. That's not what we want. Adjustments. Resource, name, ref counted, add metadata. These are still not what I was looking for. Background disabled, color, and sky. So we've now got a world environment node. We could even attach it to node 3D, but I still don't think it's going to give me what I need. We can but try. Ooh, a volumetric fog. See, that kicked in. That did, in fact, make a fog. And I used fog for the original one, so that's fine. Glow? I do not know why you would do that. Glow effect. Okay, that is visual fanciness. It's all fine and good. Reflected light source, background disabled, sky. We do not seem to have a cube map. Let's find out whether I can add a cube map of some kind. Matches node. Nope. Grid map, light map. Meshes on a grid interactively. Nope. Light map probe. With dynamic object lighting, that's going to be geometry around it. Nope. Not so much. Grid map, multiplayer spawner, tile map, animated sprite 2D. Nope, 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 nope. Light map GI. Baked illuminations. Fine, but not what I'm doing. Reflection probe. Well, I added one, but I don't think it helps. Let's take it back away again. Oh, have we crashed? Are we stuck? Well, I've not had any luck being able to modify things with the... Oh, okay. Delete node? Why, yes. Now you came alive again. Can you still show things on the screen? Yes, you can. So I don't love the look of these, but I can work on making them better. My concern is I want to make a skybox out of Subaqua skybox. I think it's time to sort of give up and go and look on the internets for some of this, hoping not to find just infinite series of videos. We're not doing a live stream while watching other people's videos. New window. Boom, here we are. Godot skybox. Ah, okay. That's not as bad as I thought. AI overview, thank you. We're going to assume that that part of it at least is correct. Let's find out. Let's find out if AI was full of it or if it actually had a bit of sense going on. We'll do the thing it says. World environment node and background sky. And in the sky property, where is the sky? Here's the sky property. Load. Nope. So rather than load, we'll make a new one. New sky. We'll click on that. Haha. Material. Panorama procedural or physical or shader material. Let's try panorama material. We don't necessarily have a... Okay, that's a simple one. Physical sky, nope, that's another one. I want to go for a graphic. Shader material. I have not written a shader for this. So it's going to be panorama sky material. Unless it is not. Well, we'll click on that first of all. Panorama empty. Okay. Load, and do we get our option? Subaqua skybox. Let's see if it works. Okay. This is not horrible. It's brighter colors than the actual bots are. Filter on. Okay, so let's crank up the energy so we can see what this is. What's filter mean? Okay. Filter is smoothing it out, which is probably all to the good. We've got enough detail in the rest of it. Dim sky. Process mode. Okay, high quality. Okay, what's this have to say? Radiance map from the sky. Interesting. I'm not sure that's going to be relevant to this. we're not necessarily using sky reflections, it's just a backdrop. So what options are we being given? You can't really see this very well, but I'm reading it. The radiance map is a cube map with increasingly blurry versions of the sky corresponding to different levels of roughness. They can be expensive to calculate. Automatic uses it based on your sky shader. If your shader, which I am not using, uses time or position. Can we have this stay on screen? Thank you. Incremental or real time. Real time runs faster. We do not actually have to update this, I think. Not worried about sky reflections. This is not going to be causing reflections. It's just a cloudiness. Alrighty. So we're making a radiance map which we are not going to be using. We're going to call that real time. Radiance size has to be 256 if I'm not mistaken. Oh, custom FOV, eh? What do we got here? Funky. All right, that gets to be an entirely separate thing. So energy multiplier to make it a little more visible, or indeed to blow everything out violently. There. Now that's a intense, vivid, colorful thing. Radiance size. Yeah, I can only use a radiance size of 256. So we just set it to 256. Here's what custom FOV does. Hey, we're going to space, going to warp. And then if we make it be even closer, we're just basically looking at tiny little pixels. So FOV, that is the non-custom FOV, in which case we can rotate around. We've cranked up the visuals so we can see it real brightly and stuff. And that's all pretty fine. And then I can cut it back so that it's the more subtle appearance. That said, this does make it look like it is a sphere surrounding us, and so probably the custom FOV is going to be an override. We're using the FOV of these guys, and there's going to be lots more of them. But this needs to look a lot farther away than this, and so I think what's going to end up having to happen is I'm going to end up having to use a custom FOV. And whereas if I do that, it looks kind of deeply weird, but wildly unrealistic. And as we do this, we are going to space. Whee! And that's just terrible. I can go for an FOV that is considerably larger than the presence of these actual dots. And so it will have more of a super distant feel to it. I think our base was something like more like around here. And it does make it look as if it is a sphere because it's the sky. But then we zoom appropriately, and the sky looks more at some kind of infinite distance. See if I can dial it in usefully. And I believe, yep, I've got it filtered. If I don't have it filtered, we end up with these like speckly appearances. which is not horrible. It is not horrible. So the skybox thing, that did actually manage it, although I would still prefer if I turn to Google for something, I'd like Google to show me an actual something. You should see what the AI say in my YouTube. It's constantly trying to get me to respond to people who are talking to me and asking questions, and it talks such complete nonsense. Anytime it makes an actual claim, the claim is ridiculous. Hey, I have a piece of bark. I can get the fire going pretty good. We'll keep this going until I'm ready to stop. We'll keep this going until I'm melting where I stand. Go. Because it's only going to be colder tomorrow. Well, as you will notice, I did try it. I tried it to see if it was real. It was a very short summary, and as it happens, it was kind of real. So, okay, fine. I'll be seeing a lot more of that in future. I certainly won't blindly trust it, but all that being said, sure. So here's our distance, our pixelated distance, and then if we make it be blurry, I feel like that's honestly a little bit better for visuals. So what we're going to be doing is we're going to have lots of these little guys zipping around, and we're following them through their paths. This is sort of the overall space of the universe, and you never actually get to these clouds. They're just there. We can multiply the energy a little tiny bit. 1.5. And then these guys are definitely pixelated. We do have maps are stepping on the detail in these quite intensely, and I do not have enough vividness in these, so I think it's time to go and look at some of these things like player and bot. A bunch of this stuff we are not going to use, but, and also I do not know what repeat means in sampling. Texture repeats when exceeding this exercise. Use texture repeat. Okay, that is doable. Well, billboard mode. What do we got here? Ah, this is what we do not for these spheres, but for single cards. A mesh that is just a quad, or I suppose a triangle technically, a mesh that is just a quad with a texture, you can set it to be billboard, at which point it will straight up just always face the camera no matter what. Particle billboard, interesting. What's that mean? Particle systems. Okay, so you can put a texture into a particle and then it's particle billboard. And VR, don't use billboard for VR. Fair, I'm not doing VR. Although I suppose this could be amusing in VR, but I don't have VR. That's not going to happen anytime soon. Well, let's zoom on this and see what billboard does in some of these circumstances. Okay, so that axis is always facing the camera. Why billboard? So that part's always facing the camera, but you can look up or down on it. cool, cool. I'm sure there's ways to doing it. And particle billboard, I don't think that'll actually work. Ooh, I stand corrected, it did. However, none of that... Oh, keep scale? What do we got here? It did not do anything. Cool. Okay, so let's use that. Disable receive shadow, that's fair. Shadow to opacity. Fine, but I'm not worried about it. Ah. Well, I mean, billboard is pretty much for the Doom rendering style, but I've used it. Like, here, let me show you a thing. And not from here. Although I do still need to move some of this stuff over. Yeah, this is my Unity version with a bunch of stuff I can't actually use. Oh, although, hi. Background cube map. Can we open this? Can I use that as my... Let's go and find out. World environment. So I'm just loading that up, but what if there is a usable cube map? What if that? And then some of this stuff like cyberspace, sky, mat, that's a material. That's a Unity thing. Defense screen, middle, surface, and core. That's the Guardian, the black hole with auras around it that goes. Reticle. That's the little square. So background cube mic. Also, apparently I have a icon. This was the icon I used, so I should bring that in and I should use that. Counterpart icon. And I've got a splash screen. Hey, hey. So that's the tiny splash screen that I made. Back in the day, these were the sizes of screens that we used. And I think none of the rest of this stuff is actually anything but... So cube map. Let's see if we can bring in a cube map. And can this make any sense of that? Is a very good question. I can try to drag it into the interface. I think it found it. We've got a bunch of things that it did find. Like, for instance, that's defense screen. That's the image that the Guardian's glowing traceries come from. And again, here is electric aura to be played back at a much lower speed. And yeah, that should be looped. Sub-aqua skybox. We do get to have that. Keeps throwing errors on things. But why am I not seeing cube map? Well, I guess we can do the thing over again. Of open up that new window. I wonder how often it's going to just override my search and insist upon, oh, I guess not. Okay, few core Godot methods make use of this. I have a already built cube map. I think maybe it's already made one out of my texture. Okay, so you can't even use it if you use this cube map as a skybox, what you have to do is that and then make a shader. And this is the shader, and it has to flip one of the IDARE components. Okay. And you have to write a whole shader to do it. And I'm already looking at, oh, this tool to convert a cube map to a sky map. Interesting. Can I load examples? Select files. Well, hang on. This is making stuff into a cube map. And display on sphere. That's what a cube map is for doing. So my graphics aren't really doing this, not at this time. Okay, this is going the opposite direction. Well, let's move this back into materials. And then maybe, well, I can do a number of things. One of the things is I could simply start loading up Skybox out of select images. Let's just make all of them be Subblock with Skybox and see what it does. Here's down, front, and right. Okay, in theory, oh, look at that. Look, it made a thing. So in theory, I can use this in place of the image I have. It looks like this. Oh, hang on. In place of the image I have that only looks like this. This has just made a big complicated weird thing out of it. And because it wraps, it's kind of doing the right thing, I think. So that was cool. No AI needed. It just was a weird little tool somewhere. And display on sphere. I think this is cooler. It's got some weird little quirks there, but I don't think that's a problem. I like the fact that it's got some oddnesses in there. It's going to be fairly dim anyway. And of course I can also sort of overlay it on top of itself and stuff. You can do all number of things. So set rotation, download, save result. And image resolution, well, maybe I could make that larger. How big is this? Tools, show inspector. This is 512 by 512 pixels. Apply bitmap. Okay, maybe not. How about not? If we don't bitmap, what do we get? 720. What do we got from here? Also, is it, oh, neat. We can do some fun things. Animate scroll. Okay. That seems fun. Square root color. That makes it considerably more vivid. Interesting. Yeah, Zard, that I think is exactly what it needs to be. I think it was better to be a equirectangular. I think I've made it a bit too vivid though, but that's because it's the square root color. Color times color makes it even dimmer. But I don't need either of those things. Let's go from there and then also maybe overlay something on it in a graphics editor. So download result. Desktop is fine, I guess. Subaqua Pano Skybox. And rock on, that actually worked. And it is now 4, so this is a fine time for me to go and deal with getting some food. But before I do that, Affinity Photo might be a place where I can fool with some other stuff, like for instance, overlaying different versions of skyboxes onto each other. So let's tile this. I don't think there's necessarily any good way for me to tile it. Plugins, there are no plugins. But I do believe I can change something at least. Let's change the size of the whole image. I'm used to doing this in another program, so this might cause me a little trouble, but not that big of a deal. Or maybe no, resize canvas, that's the correct one. So 512. And 2048. Ooh, I went way too far, didn't I? I didn't need to go that hard. Let's do that over again. See, I'm doubling it, and then I'm going to overlay it onto the other one, not as equirectangular, but also not as very bright. Where did I find that? Document. It would have been a document, I think. Yep, resize document, resize canvas. All right, bye-bye, Jonathan. The spheres are Godot primitives. So boom, there we go. And now, let's move stuff around. Huh. Okay, that was interesting. Oh, I've only got that one selected. All right, let's zoom in on the center. There we go. Well, that did nothing. What the hell? These are all acting really weird. Can we hide? Apparently not. That seems dumb. Oh yeah, we can. That's a visibility clicker. Cool. Okay, so top corner. The next one. Maybe it's the hand tool I need for... No, that's just my position of looking. It's going to be this one. But that's only letting me... Hi. Select all. Thank you. That's what I wanted you to do in the first place. And now we're on the subpixel limit. So back over to here. Select none, select all. Wow, you're sliding around under my fingers like nothing else. How about we hide some of these things, like that one, because I want it to butt up to that corner of a pixel just right. And then lastly, select none, select all, brief little, scooch this over, select all again. Well, that didn't do anything. Undo. And that's because I want this one selected. Select none, select all. There we go. And you scooch down to this corner here. They are tiling, well, they're tiling textures except for when they're not. What the actual hell? I would have been better off just straight up. So can we select? We can. Okay, that's deeply stupid. Why did that fail so hard? I do not know. This one and that one have problems. Delete. Thank you. Select none. Delete that. Now let's start duplicating these guys, and maybe I can just drag them using... Oh, is that even going to give me a duplicate? Now it will. There we go. Duplicate. And shift drag. Boom. And duplicate. Oh, have I done it wrong? Watch how this is actually clipped. And watch how that is not actually correct. Hey, it gave me a you've matched your position. 512. Cool. How about you? Yep. And how about you? Okay, now and here is the really challenging part. Do we have blank areas on the edges? Transparent. No, got there. And yet it does not show correctly. Whatever, let's flatten it. Let's flatten it. Merge visible, flatten image. We don't get flatten image? Okay. Merge visible. It didn't do what I thought it was going to do. Pixel. I don't know what that's supposed to be. I just know I don't like it. Let's select all of these. Maybe now it's going to give me a chance to do something. Can we do merge visible? Will it smush it into a single lump? Not exactly, no. But, if we have made that, I think we can copy it. Let's find out. Copy. And now we have this. And what can we do regarding sandwiching something else on top of that? Well, it turns out that's actually too small. Interesting. But we could make two of them. Or we can simply resize the one that we've got. That's probably better. Let's ditch this. Delete. Goodbye. Okay, that covers the entire area. Needs to cover it pretty accurately, though. Can I adjust the transform in small increments or figure out exactly how big it is meant to be? Well, this is going to let me up. Hey, hey. If I do it as exactly 1920 and then I zoom it, and bear in mind also we are going to want to overlay it with a different overlay mode. See? Add makes things a lot brighter. Overlay makes things a lot darker. And we can do a weird difference or exclusion mode to make things weirder. So now we've got that scaled up this amount. It is oddly enough not letting me scroll that, but that's fine. And if it's exactly 1920, I should be able to boom, exactly overlaid. And exactly overlaid on the other side. And since it wraps, that'll actually work. And now it's just a matter of what looks cool. Oop, lost it. Bearing in mind that we're not going to use this exact overlay mode. That's difference. That's definitely not what we're going to want. But that becomes a sort of stacked up look. That's the overall cube mark. Ooh, I don't know if I can do that though. I don't think it'll let me. But I can put something else in the vicinity. I can have something happening. And rather than difference, let's start playing with some of these other things. That's ugly and I hate it. Luminosity sucks and I don't like it. Average is interesting. It's a little busier. Ooh, so that's vivid. Not that. Not that. So, normal overlay mode, if we simply don't use full opacity, that's the original. And this is sort of the blendy space. The other overlay modes can do things like, for instance, lighten is making a lot more vivid areas, but it's not boosting the colors very much. Screen is boosting the colors very much. And color dodge, that's just making the brighter areas go super intense. add is not dissimilar to screen. Lighter color is just going to make them sort of interleave with each other. That said, one thing about this is we're going to have different sizes of pixels. See, these pixels are bigger than this pixels, and that's going to be useful in its way. All right, see you later, Chad. Oh, by the way, it did remind me that I was also going to. I'm going to step out for a moment simply to get my tacos ready. I'll be right back. And I bet we can see that cube map in game, even if I can't actually get anything working. Hey, I'm back. Boop. Alrighty. So, like I said, if I do this, I get to have the pixelated stuff be at different sizes, which I think helps with like the deep background quality of it all. That's choosing a lighter color. But there are many other possibilities, like overlay, that's going to be really dark. A bunch of these, ooh, that's a complete fail. So difference is a kind of busy, dense looking stuff, but it's not like I'm looking for a sort of nebula vibe going on. And I've made it more complicated than the basic skybox. Exclusion works weirdly well. Oh no, that's not going to work at all. Negation also seems to work fairly well. Trouble is, I think it might be too bright. So what are our options? We probably want stuff that is on the lighter side. Like this darkened stuff isn't going to be useful whatsoever. Lighter color just fills in with more detail versus something like screen. So the colors are about this. This is difficult because I'm also looking into too bright video lights. So this is not the best situation in the world for making detailed decisions around this stuff. But I don't care, I'll do my best. So add and screen, I'm wondering. Those are some nice vivid blues and stuff. The thing is, if I make it too vivid, it starts to distract. And again, here's our background. So we're basically shooting for more to go on. So we go from this to a bunch of other stuff in there, and it's larger pixels, but it's still something, we've got a very similar look to some of that stuff. Also, I wonder what happens if I continue to shift drag. Like I can have that little area overlaid on top of itself. I'm not sure how helpful that is. I'm not necessarily looking to duplicate like this, where we've got this on top of itself. But I'm not necessarily looking to just make it the most even coverage imaginable. So I could try to see where things sort of line up and echo a little bit. And again, this is with 100% opacity. So I can make there be more dense areas of color, or I can stack them on top of each other, which will make smaller areas a lot more vivid. Or I can stack them in such a way that it clearly looks like the same artifact at multiple sizes. I don't think I would like that one. Maybe something like that would be neat. Yeah, true, I could go in and continue to edit it. And you know, I can like run something like sharpen. That would probably do nicely. Screen or add. Screen is not as intensely weird and blue. Add gets intense. See, if this is too visually busy, that's not necessarily great. Also, at this time, color dodge isn't going to work at all. And then lighter color is very subtle. And then overlay is super dark, so on and so forth. Lighten, not bad. Add has those super bright blues and things, but this is a background. It's supposed to be darkness. Let's try this. Here's our pixel, which is larger. Let's zoom in and apply a filter, a sharpen filter. No threshold. And I feel like less of a radius. we can really bring in some funny pixelation because this is all a factor of different scalings. Oh, hi. See this? We've got a weird little fizziness overlaid on top of that because it is the overwhelmingness of the threshold. So if we do that, we're going to have like pixel level details in the background, and that could be interesting. And then as we introduce the other one, so my question becomes, that's really fine detail for stuff that's meant to seem a little more up close. Factor of 4 is very high. And then I can continue to fiddle with it until we start lighting up these pixels and also causing them to no longer be square pixels. That's an interesting effect. And then we back off factor. And we get just a hint of a vivid or glowing effect, which is being a sharpening, but it's not being a sharpening at the same scale. And we get a look kind of like this. Here we are looking at it at 100%. So we do this and we look like we have multiple levels going on. And if it was really vivid, it would look like that. But we don't necessarily want that level of really vivid. But then we're doing lighten, and we can also use a lower opacity. If there was no opacity, it would look like that. So back that down a little bit. Back that down a little bit, and then increase radius some more. And we start to get a decent looking effect of like multiple layers of similar scenarios. So 50%. I might adjust the tones of these things too. But that's fine. So a little more detail into that. And actually at this level, what does add look like? It's kind of intense. It's kind of cool. That's kind of neat. We start to get a painterly quality looking. Because we're going to be seeing it like this. What we see is going to look a little more like this. And then our additional fussing is bringing this out. That's the little sparklies on top of there. And then we dial it back until that blends with the other part of the background. Yeah, let's apply that. And now I wonder if I have a hue saturation adjustment thingy going on for just this layer, because this layer is showing bright greens and reds. Yeah, we're going to have a space that looks kind of like that. I'm game. And now filters, other filters, colors. What do we got for color adjustments? Because remember, we're doing an add overlay mode, so that makes it interesting. Those do not seem like what I was looking for. Funny. What's the deal? Can't I rotate? Let's see what this does and if I need to make it go back. I'm not sure that did anything. I don't get it. Undo. I thought it was going to be able to do something, but apparently I was mistaken. I haven't spent enough time on this particular program. That said, I'm fairly happy with where this is sitting. Maybe we should... Yeah, that's a little more intense, and that is too dark. So... very bright and glowy, I would say. And so it should be, because I've turned the opacity way up. How about I pull it back until it's not doing this? Lovely. Okay, there's an effects layer. Oh, maybe this is the part where I can... Or is it? See, I'm looking for hue rotate. And I do not know whether that's actually going to be helpful. On to adjustment layer. Here we go. Okay, this is where it would be. Better zoom in on that again. Hue saturation. Oh, high. That's not useful at all. Nor is that. Come on. These are dumb. What's the deal? How can this be as primitive as this? Levels? Do I need to click on it to be able to do stuff with it? Adjustment layer. HSL adjustment layer. Okay. Default. There we go. That's what I was looking for. Hue shift. Alrighty, watch this. We can make it weird. Weird, weird, weird. So this is arguably too blue, so we want purple, but not this purple. I better make it smaller again. And we can boost or cut saturation. Oh, look, I did it to the everything. Huh. I'm not sure we're doing this to only the one I selected. I think maybe we're doing this to everything. That's not great. However, reset. Boop. Okay, so we're starting with that. Blend mode. That's a little dark though. But I think we're applying to everything. And as such, we can go from here. Overlay makes it deeply blue. Bring it way over to the red side of things, and then cut opacity. And here's where we started. So entirely to blue, and then lean it over this way. Oh, it just bounced back, didn't it? Wait, how much of it bounced back? Did it just fail to register? Oh no, I've got the wrong thing selected. Reset. We want the whole thing, thank you. There we go, and then less opacity. Just enough to lean it in the direction of cool nebula purples. And we'll merge that. And that's probably going to be reasonably okay. I need to save this and stop tinkering with it so that I can bring it into Godot and see it. I think it's going to look cool. Could conceivably attempt to do more in terms of detail. I am getting some of the sense of well, now that's pretty. Cool, a little bit more than 50%. That's busy and interesting in all the right ways. We don't need this open anymore. Where's its closed box? There it is. And let's export. I don't think I get to save without making it also be a Affinity photo document. So I'm going to want PNG. .40. Well, I'm pretty sure that's what this was meant to be. More. Cool. Let's do it. Come on. Give me this. That was weird. That's not at all what I thought it was going to do. Let's try that again. We are trying to go to this folder by dragging the folder into this box. There we go. And there's our new skybox. Goodbye, Affinity Photo. It's been fun. And now, world environment, sky material, panorama, load, boom. And then energy M, I think, can go back to 1.0 because we made it more vivid looking. Very good. And FOV. So this is what the FOV really looks now. And I feel like that's not bad, but it can still be a little smaller. So, welcome to looking at big old nebulas. Oh, well, that's cool. Maybe I need to make it be a little bit larger. Or zoom right in on that part. That would be interesting. 40. Yep, that stuff looks pretty distant. And ambient light source. Sky. Is this going to do anything? I think not. Global illumination. So we could disable it. Reflected light. What do we got there? Specular light source. You can use the background or the sky. Maybe I'll leave that alone too. Tone map. What happens when I do start using tone maps? Mode. Okay, so this is taking HDR values. I'm not sure if I have those. Linear, we do not, we can blow out high values. Reinhardt, not worried about that. Filmic, that could be interesting looking. Aces is slower still. Yeah, see here we don't necessarily want to be doing tone maps at all, although we have an exposure knob. And that might be the way to get my vivid colors on these guys. Haha. See, now we've really got something. So, linear tone map. But if we do other tone maps, it stops being quite as annoying looking. Oh, look at that. AGX. That's giving me a tone map where these nebulae look kind of cloudy, and that's interesting. So we can really get different looks going on. Aces. Just blast the exposure. Filmic relative to linear. Okay, linear is just dimmer. Reinhardt is not very different. Filmic just made stuff pop more. So what happens with white? Oh. Okay, I can force stuff to blow out that way. It's meant to be 1. So we could set white to a smaller value. It's a pity this isn't like an audio unit where you can hold down Option and then do smaller amounts. Ajax is new. Yeah, it's got an interesting quality to it. Ooh, wrong one. Let's do this one instead. There. So if we pump up the white balance so that everything is ramped and then put this stuff on there, then we start getting our vivid looking bot colors. Haven't done anything else with it though. yeah. Ah, linear has just deleted the other part. Reinhard? I put back the white. Filmic, we've got more zing. Aces, it's a little dimmer, but some of the details are jumping out. AGX, weirdly naturalistic and cloudy looking. So I don't think I'm going to want that, because I'm looking to have these colors really pop. .5 and 0.5 means we have some really intense vividness in the colors. They really jump out. We'll be searching for these guys at great distances. I wonder what I can do regarding making them a little more scintillating at distance. I think it would involve I think that would involve dealing with mip mapping and not running mip maps on these textures. I do have them in a separate thing, so that would work. Ambient light. Nothing happens. Sky contribution. Nothing happens. I do not see any changes here with these. I think it is because these textures are not actually textures, they're basically glowing. They don't have a shader on them, so none of that's making a difference. But I could have other objects that are like giant planets and asteroids and stuff, and honestly, that there is a argument for giving that a shot. Less cool. A little bit more exaggerated. And too washed out, I would say. What if not white? Okay, that's more back to something that looks normal, but it still has that sort of filmic zip to it. I'm trying to see whether I can shut off all of these. That's how you do it. View origin and view grid. So it'll end up looking a little bit more like this. And you'll be chasing these guys around in 3D space across infinite space. So the hope is that as they go far away, and they're hidden behind that camera, let's set them over here. Like, we should be able to see them and even have glimpses of pixelated color at distances as far as this, but they will kind of blend into the pixels eventually. And there will be 26 versions of all of these, but all of the distanter incarnations, the distanter instances, are going to be simply cards. And there won't be any geometry to them to speak of. And as you get closer, you've got a set of cards, including ones like directly behind those, and as you approach one, it starts to come into full size. You can fire little zaps at it, and it will fire its own zaps in the direction of where it thinks you should go, and you got a 3D space version of all this. And then they will blend in with the little clouds there. Ah, I can hide it. So you will end up exploring to find little dots moving across these colorful nebulae. And you fly your way up to them to try to query them about where to go. And there'll be cajillions of the things, lots of them. But there'll be a bunch more that are just like tiny dot size. But there could be hundreds of these, and then thousands of the little dots off in the distance. You pursue any dot, and you will catch up to one of these guys. So part of the trick with that is that in doing this sort of flying around business, which I'll have to work out, and it'll be the same deal of like, try not to smash into them as hard as you can, or maybe in the 3D sphere, since there's so little control, they're like pool balls and they just bounce around. But if you fire the zaps, it needs to aim at what it thinks was the most recent location, but you might be firing your zaps at one of the ones off in the distance. Like if you're off in space and the real one is behind you, but you're looking at the phantom, which is just another duplicate of it, off in whatever direction. If you fire a zap at that, it should wrap through and enter the space that you're actually in. All right, see you later, Vince. I'm working on all of this. That said, I'm pretty happy with the, even without going any farther than this, the visual qualities of this are working okay for me. I think the next thing would be to start auto-loading a bunch of these guys in and assigning them colors from my texture folder here, which includes all of these. I'm trying to think of what else something to do with import. On turn 125. Okay. So I can re-import these. VRAM, high quality. VRAM compression for HDR textures. These are not HDR textures. It's not going to really run into that. Yeah, these are not HDR or EXR images. These are not going to have normal maps. I think it'll adjust on its own. Fair. I don't know if I need square pixels in the spheres. I would not mind trying to tile these and apply them with more detail, but it's getting by fairly well without. And this doesn't do anything. So let's not do that. Let's not do that. Let's not do that. And let's not do this. See if this changes anything. It honestly does not look any different, whether it's mapped or not. Ooh, how did I end up rotating around like this? I'm not seeing much of a difference there. So, re-import. I don't see a difference. Roughness, we don't have a roughness channel. No remapping. I mean, if I wanted to get funky, I could try to use one of the channels as roughness, and that would make things more interesting. But I'm not really... It wouldn't actually matter, though. That's the thing. Okay, so let's see. We're looking at it there. And now if I re-import, what's it going to look like now? I'm going to say that's no different. Oh, I do see a certain sparkliness on the surface of that. Maybe I'm simply not keeping up to speed. So on turns on max. Maybe it needs to be generate checked and on not checked. And then we have that faint glitter as it gets smaller. Oh, okay. There we go. We got it. See, these are also meant to be a little bit like stars flying around. So you should see them glimmer in the distance against these slightly fuzzy. And I wonder whether I can make that background fuzzier. Scene, world environment. Up to here. Filter on versus filter off. Filter off looks better, but it's damn subtle. Yeah, it's better with filter off, but it's very close, really. And yeah, with the maps off, you can kind of see there's this tiny glitteriness and detail in these moving balls that would be lost if they were mapped. They're meant to end up looking like stars in the distance. And I think that's important, that there is a little detail on there. There's a little sparkle. They can glimmer like stars, like starlight. Because there are going to be so many of these guys. Oh, I want them to shimmer. That's what I was trying to do. Like, take a look at this. Those are a little bit more eye-catching than using proper mid-maps. Granted, if I was able to scale down the mapping, it would be more useful, because it doesn't have to be quite that glittery. But honestly, I think that'll come in handy. You need slightly less memory as well. Not that that's going to be a problem. I'm not going to need the memory. And then you zoom up, and as you know, far from mapping, you're looking at ultra close detail on these things. And again, the only thing that I could do would be to expand the positioning of the textures on them, but honestly, they're working out fine. Also, I've got like 3 minutes left for stream, and I'm totally going to go and have, because I started this, I did a plugin, which seems to have worked out okay, and now I've got this showing and looking pretty on screen, although I don't have any of this actual game mechanics. Next thing is writing code to bring in all of these guys and start to generate levels, probably starting with just one of each color, and you just go from there. Because it's not going to be exactly the same code as exists in the original counterpart. Oh, so looky there. My fire went out again. But it's not going to be exactly the same code as in the original counterpart, because that was problematic. I did neat stuff with it, and it made it act as if there were lots of different levels that varied wildly, but in this I do not have terrain. But what I can do is make like giant planets and stuff. Like the idea here is also, can there be something that acts and feels like asteroids but in 3D? Because the thing is, you can't play asteroids in 3D because rocks hit you in the back of the head and you die. But if none of these things can be hurt by giant flying rocks, I can make some 3D models of giant flying rocks. Those can have MIP mapping. Those can have all manner of stuff. And they can be another layer of just moving background among all of this sort of nebulous space. And you try to pick out these tiny glittering items because you're trying to go and find one that matches your color. So it can be a big, colorful experience with the boom and techno music going on and stuff. And it may very well also be able to make it like nicely meditative. It's a question of, can I do supposing you break up the giant asteroids into smaller asteroids by shooting them with the zaps, but also shooting the bots doesn't hurt them, and they fire zaps off in turns. And yeah, looping in 3D space is going to be less confusing simply because if you see something, you can go to it. And then the zaps are going to have to direct you towards the correct direction. Pick out whether you're better off reversing course or going forwards in the direction of one of the little twinkling stars in the distance, which would be on a big grid, but you wouldn't be seeing it all at once. And that just multiplies the number of these dots from 2 here to 27 times as many as that, for however many there are. So it could be busy, like that many of these bots all following their own little paths, and their paths will be reading the textures on them and like following that direction. And then they're also going to be winding their way around these giant asteroids, which will be way bigger than you. And then maybe you can explode the asteroids, or there's bound to be fun stuff to be had. And it'll all use the physics models and stuff. And the physics models only have to actually work in the central box, because all the additional stuff on the outside of the box is just an illusion. I mean, you can shoot them and hit them and stuff because your shots would also wrap into the rest of the box. But it would essentially just be an illusion. And yeah, I have a good feeling about how this could end up being a very pretty experience. And hopefully nice and chill and meditative. We'll see. Hit save. And so far all we've got is... oh, look, we don't even have the background. Interesting. Why is that happening? But you can't interact with this at all. So that's it. Oh, because camera 3D is off. That's why. No, it wasn't apparently because camera 3D was off. I turned it on and it still did it. So... meh. Here's a bot. Here's a player. We don't have any of this other stuff going on. Billboard means they always face you. That might be relevant and it might not. It would be interesting. One of the things I did with the bots is have them also move and rotate, so they don't really rotate like with inertia. Instead, they would sort of shift and alter and change. But yeah. And let's see, proximity fade and distance fade. Ooh, well that's pretty. But is it useful? That did not do what I thought it was going to do. That's amusing. So here's how distance fade works on this object, which I think is not any longer, yeah, let's have it not billboard. We can make that do this. So it can still be pixelated, but it can also fade into the distance. That's too far. Back to that. Let's not use alpha. Let's use pixel dither. It's more glittery. And max distance is 0, and min distance is also 0. No. Okay, so if max is 0 and min is 10, it phases out like this. And in fact, it's always kind of fading out. Meaning this is an interesting visual method for having it go semi-transparent in a way that's also kind of neat and dithery, glittery. It's like they become glowing spheres of sort of detail. I need to go and have my tacos. I'm still playing. Oh no. And yet at the same time, I'm loving it. So detail, nope, that's a second texture. We're not doing that. Could be cool, but we're not. That would be good for the asteroids. That would be awesome for the asteroids. Not so much for this. So distance 1.0. .0. See, now we can see the pixelation going, and there's a certain sort of glitteriness to it. So distance fade, pixel dither, 64 and 1. That causes more to be happening visually. Let's go over to here. Billboard, no. Distance fade, yes. Pixel dither. I don't know why it's set up to do this. It's inverted. 64.0 and 1.0. And as such, not only are they pixelated, but you start seeing them kind of de-res a little bit, which will also help them, that will also help them glitter. And here we are. Moderate distance. I'm doing the same thing that I did in the other one, though, which is I'm doing like pixel level effects that YouTube will hate. Look, you can see the camera through it. I don't know, I feel like that does give the possibility of making it look like a bot where there's little lights blinking all over it. And that I like. Not just the texture, but the possibility like, oh, hey, now we've got like, they're active, they're beeping, and they're glittering with LEDs all over them or something. Depending upon whether there's something really bright behind them. I might be going a little hard with it. See, and at this distance, none of that. I lie. No. At this distance, just the faintest hint of it. And then you get right up to them, and there's none of that. Unless I make the nearest distance. I could put bright sources inside them. I might not need to. So let's see, there's that camera behind. See, what I like about this is that it is a pixel dither. That is screen scale pixel, not texture scale pixel. So it looks a great deal like there is texture scale, but then screen scale. Look, we've got all of this stuff being like, hi, there's lots of detail all over me, and yet it's fake. There isn't even a texture that dense. It's literally pixel scale only, and the only reason we're seeing that is because we have a camera icon there. In the absence of it, it begins to bring up like its bot companions, as it were. But then, again, it might not be obvious when you don't have a bright camera icon behind, which is what's doing that. But since it is on the pixel scale, it's more fine detail than the texture has. And I think I like it. It'll depend upon what else is around them, but I feel like it really does give a sense of something interesting going on, that there's these tiny blinks, like tiny lights. Just kind of peeking through, barely on the edge of being able to see them. Anyway, okay. I've had enough of this for the day. Taco time. We may play with this more on Thursday, especially if I end up being able to actually get stuff working in here. Like, it's not going to be difficult to get sounds happening. And clearly it's not difficult to get amusing visual tweaks going on. That's certainly my hope. Some of these weird little features it has available are most gratifying. But I need to also be able to programmatically instance any number of these things and have them flying around through space. And probably the easiest thing that I can do is wrap them to a box first before I do anything else. Yeah, so far I'm not having to create my own 3D models, but for the asteroids, maybe creating asteroids might be good. I can make sort of jigsaw puzzles that form into large spheres. So if you shoot them, you're just breaking them apart from each other. And that could be kind of neat. We shall see. Wouldn't it be neat to have asteroids where, because of the way that they were built, you could blast a hole through them and then fly through the center of the asteroid? Anyway, I'm going to call it a day. I will see you folks again on Thursday, and we'll see what we do. I could always do another plugin or do something else, but I did say I was enjoying playing with Unity, and I enjoy the fact that without having anything actually working or done, I made it pretty. And that seems fun. See you later.